delicioso. Oh, yeah. Sweet. Hopefully everything's all chill for tonight. Delicioso. Fucking really? Sukov, go get that rat. That's your Ronaldo. Well, there's a shitload of that have decided popping today. Well, the algorithm decided to boost us up tonight. Okay. Stop in for rich, give to the poor. To give to. Nah, I think I'll keep doing that. Oh man, wow, skibbities are out in force today. Wow, this is what happens when the shorts algo, just blasts it out there today, huh? You out looking am I supposed to, what am I supposed to infer from this? I don't even understand what I'm getting from, so far. I've been hit with a many waves. Short bus arrived early and dropped me off. Damn. Self-roast. Okay. Shit. Self-roast. Dumb. See, per my Italian friend passed away. Same as. Oh, you bastard. See, that's why I waited on that one. I saw what was kind of going on with that comment. I was like, wait a minute. No. Did you get that hat in Bavaria? Nope. It's just an old American Stitching hat. I got from my pops. I've added everything else to it since, like all the feathers and all that. I bet it's because I put Cowboys in the chat now, or in the title. Now everyone's just like, Cowboys. Like any Australian painters? No. Not any particular Australian painters that failed at art school, no. I don't think he was privy to hats like this, in all honesty. So. I'm an Australian. No. Austrian, nope. Australians, nope. I don't like that. If you try to I don't know, invoke his to see if I don't know if I'm like a Nazi or something, I'm sure shit ain't. I mean, the whole big red flag with the yellow over there in the corner should probably at least be somewhat of a signifier for that. Definitely anti-fascist when it comes to, motherfuckers like that. I mean, if anything, this would be more like up like John Wayne's alley. This would be like, I found like, John Wayne, took his hat and then just made it my own. I mean, even like if the little red, and so over H. Oh, so that's what the AH like comes from. Which I mean, when it comes to like, one or the other, I mean, yeah, I would probably prefer Stalin because he was still a genocidal piece of shit, but not as genocidal, I guess. My bro fucked up his car a bit. Oh damn. Well, yeah, I know. That's why Ripsy is over there working on it. Oh, thanks. You know what? Where did I put my little token poker? I know I had it around somewhere. Oh, it's in my room actually. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my token poker. Something about my dog. Right where I left it. Boom. Also, he's drunk again. Not surprised at all. Of course he would be. Color me surprised. Okay, that should definitely. Comments, bro? No, I'm gonna call myself that. I call myself like a union leftist. Leftist, that is, about, like blue collar working priorities, prioritization of, collectively, getting workers together, under, one big grand union. Fuck the duopoly. Fuck the kind of, like fuck the two-part system, fuck the broader system of capital. But at the same time, like a lot of these supposed communist states didn't really achieve any of that shit either. So I don't attribute to that myself. Because I got monopoly. I have a monopoly. What monopoly do I have? I just came back from the river. I had some stories to tell about like some vibes at the river and shit. Hasbro Monopoly. Hasbro? I mean, there's like, what, the boxes? What, like, the game? Like the board games up there? Yes. I don't pay attention to half the shit that's up there. I just know they're boxes because they're usually stored with like seasonal things like, Christmas or Thanksgiving and random shit like that. I just know every now and then, which is now starting to get around that time of the year, those are going to be shuffled around, and I'm going to be like, oh yeah, I need to get those down, and for my little smoke den and shit, and have those set up and bout. So, but yeah, but you know what? We're going to have a little story time. A little story time now. Let's say it. All right, let's do a little story time. Hold the river to school. I'll drop a like. Thanks for the interaction. Of course, man. you know, because I'm kind of a little more up and coming, you know, like I'm not as like kind of hard on about the chat and shit, you know, but you know, I kind of at least, you know, want to make sure that there's like a little chillness and shit, because, you know, but at the end of the day, honestly, 90% of the interactions tend to be pretty chill. And the 10% that aren't usually are just people that come in here, drop some shit, and leave. They do the skibbity scroll, you know? Drop some shit for some reason, do a skibbity scroll, and move on. But most of the time, it's actually pretty interesting. I like it. I just like, sometimes the algorithm just hits you so hard, you're like, what the fuck? Oh man, like that first like 5 minutes there, like usually this period, like the first 10, 11 minutes right now, usually it's kind of dead. I'm actually kind of surprised like the algorithm like got me up that quick. I was like, oh, whoa, there's people already. Usually I'm sitting here just loading bowl like, all right, let's see what I can talk about for a day, you know, kind of thing. Maybe I already started my story, but you know. The flags to this behind you. All right, I'll start my story, but before I do, I'll answer this question. Like this is they're alternate history flags. Like they aren't really like like they're kind of based off of historical flags. Like this is kind of similar to like, you know, the red banner that like Bolsheviks would have a war too. But this is kind of like based around like an alternate history of like where workers from France kind of, you know, succeed instead versus Russia. It's alternate history kind of flags and stuff. But I like to have them just because it's fill a background, is, you know, more so than just boxes or whatever. And plus, I got that, you know, pick a sign there too as well, which I can have right there. Flip my shit, Lamau. I know. Well, hey, don't be spoiling that shit too much. So yeah, but we, you know, like it's. I mean, honestly, there's not really too much to lead up to. We were all kind of like running a little late, trying to figure out what spot to go to, but we just kind of went to our usual traditional spot, Barton and Carver, or like Carver to fucking. You know, Barton or whatever. You know, so yeah, but once we kind of started, like, you know, like so I have like kind of an eyeball, like, you know, and I kind of have Hawkeye for like checking out nature and shit, and straight up, found a salmon that, you know, already spawned, you know, and bred, you know, like and laid her eggs and shit. Because what salmon do once they go upstream and shit, you know, after they lay their eggs, is they pretty much within a few days to a week after doing so, they die off. And she must have just done that either earlier that day or maybe yesterday or something like that, because she was still alive. But, you know, in the process of like kind of passing stuff. But I was like, whoa, look at this. You know, there's a fish over here. I went over to there, you know, and I just like looked at this, you know, big old salmon. Like it was a big salmon. Like it was legit. I can't even really show like how much, but fucking huge, like a big girl. Like I was like, whoa, look at this. And I was able to kind of like, you know, pick her up a little bit because she was, you know, near the end of her life. So she kind of just like chilled for a sec. Was like, oh shit, it being picked up. Kind of flipped around a little bit, but I was like, whoa. It's been, you know, a long time since I've seen a salmon, especially in the Clackamas River, and especially a big one like that. I was like, whoa. I knew what's this channel about. Nothing really super in particular. Stream-wise, anything. Usually, you know, various different topics and stuff, you know, but right now, story time. But for videos, usually uploading different local shows and stuff like that and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, right now, it's story time. So after that, you know, we kind of started going through some of the rapids and shit, you know, and like honestly, like getting some drinks going. I had some edibles I brought, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna pop these bad boys. So I started, you know, the trip, you know, popping, you know, 100 milli, and then, you know, about halfway through, we found a little spot that we were gonna kind of perch up at, you know, chill for a minute. You know, but before we did that, like we were coming up on a couple of different rapids, you know, and one of them, I was way far ahead, so I'm just kind of chilling, doing my thing, and then I just kind of like, you know, let the kayak kind of go 180. I'm just kind of chilling for a minute, and then, you know, suddenly like I see my friend doing like woo, kind of like doing this, you know, my friend Logan actually in here, you know, like going, oh shit, holding up his beer, being like, oh fuck, trying to hold on, you know, to everything while like he's going through these rapids. I kind of look back, you know, for a moment, and just kind of, you know, see if there's like anything else to come up or like a rock or whatever for me to avoid. And I look back over, next time I know, I see him poking his head out of the water, being like, oh shit, whoa. Now like trying to swim back to his fucking paddleboard. I'm just like, oh no. My homeboy fucking flipped and capsized. And then for a minute, I was like, hear him go, yo, bros, like, so at a moment, there was like, you know, for a minute there, it was like, oh shit, he's kind of in a distress mode. So I'm trying to fight the current, like, let me try to at least slow down a little bit, maybe get to the edge of this river so I can hold on to something or to hold it down, anchor myself a little bit so I can at least wait for them, make sure shit was Gucci. But, you know, once, Logan got back up on the paddleboard and stuff, he was just like, it was fun for a minute, but fuck, after a minute, that was like, oh shit, couldn't get back to the board. I mean, I will admit, it did look fun, but I was like, well, if that were to happen to me, especially with all my shit, I'd be like, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Because, I mean, that would not have been fun. Especially when I'm the stereo guy. Because I had this little Bluetooth with me the entire time, busting some tunes. But we found this cool little cove that the last time we were rafting this river, we were swimming around a little bit. But this time, we went on the other side of the river, where we could kind of get some of the sun. And that legit was like straight up some vibes right there. Cause I was like, peaking on a lot of my the edibles, the workout shit with cardio going, doing the kayaking a little bit. And then, kind of getting at least, dunking in the water and shit. I mean, it was starting, the water's starting to get kind of cold now. It's starting to get near the end of the year. But, for me, like, I don't know, like years ago, I would be like, oh, it's a little cold. I'd be like, nope, I ain't about that cold water. Nowadays, I'm like, oh, it's a little cold. I shall sit in here for a few minutes and adapt. I've now adapted. Get further deeper in this. Definitely nowhere near as cold as like the Pacific, though, when we went to the beach, a couple of weeks ago. But that, like, even then, that to me was exhilarating, honestly, like really, really refreshing. So, I mean, anytime to kind of duck myself in some fresh water or some salt water and, and just kind of like, tune myself in, to kind of like, nature a little bit and like kind of tune out bullshit, for a minute. It's always nice. Oh, did I get like a little bug? Did I get a little bug bite right here? I think I got a bug bite. Damn. And now I just realized I got bit by a bug. Thought the water was pretty nice. Oh no, so did I. I mean, remember a few years ago, I'd probably be like a pussy shit about going in the water. Nowadays, I'm like the first one that's in the fucking water now. So, I mean, yeah, dude, the water was fucking great. I mean, you know me. I used to be legit chicken shit about like getting in water that was like about as cold as it was, today. But now I don't go for it. I don't know if maybe that's just like, differences and changes in my body over the years, or maybe it's a mental change or something, but I don't know. But either way, still, it's pretty fun. Got some good pictures of Mount Hood too, and, and all that shit, so it was a great vibe. Our Lord and Savior, James Earl Jones, has passed. Oh, dude, we did hear about that. Lord Vader, dude. He is now, ascended with the Force. It's true. Sukov, don't be doing that. Sooks. I don't know if he wants outside or wants food or water or what. I honestly don't know. He wandered off and now he's barking, so I'm thinking he wants outside, but I don't know. I do not know what he wants. Okay, what is playing right now? Because this is epic. Oh, it's the machine. In her game, of course. Wait, hold on. Let me go to all chat. I forget to do sometimes. Oh, it still didn't show it. Okay, wait. What? In her game, of course? What the fuck are you talking about? YouTube went retard mode, so you're gonna have to fix it. Or I don't know. It just decided to be dumb. Hold on. I guess I'm gonna open that door so Zuko can go out, because you want outside, don't you? You get what's going on here. Buddy. Okay, this fucking goddamn bug bite is annoying me, and I know this usually helps sometimes. I promise this isn't because I like it, but putting a flame up against a bug bite like that actually kind of helps. She's busy pew-pewing people. Cool. Nice. Oh, now I just realized I got one on my back. Fuck. Oh, man, near the end of that last little trek, man, the skeeters started coming out, dude. Got one on the arm, and there's now one on my back. Fuck, dude. The skeeters started coming out near the end there. And I got a little few skeeters. Got chewed up by a skeeter. 2 of them. But, yo, can I be real with you? Mono a mono. Let's talk as a man. Do you notice something about women that are really into acne and popping that shit and things like that? Have you noticed this? I hate to like go down this route, but dude, my mom is really fucking into things like that to the point where I think it's kind of weird and kind of like almost fetishistic-y, like. And like, dude, is this like a woman thing? So is my mom. Are you seeing where I'm going with this? It like, dude, what is it? Dude, I'm sorry. This is like the one thing where I think men just like this is actually like I think legit like male female shit difference here. Like one of the very rare like things where there is a divergence. What the fuck are like? What's up with chicks who are into that, bro? Because I'm sorry, there ain't no goddamn man I've ever met that's into that. I'm okay with buying my own shit. If I get like a nice gnarly one on my cheek or whatever, I'm like, ugh, oh, I got it, nice. Ugh, get that shit off me. But it's not the same fucking thing, Like, it's just like, it just feels good to get that out, right? It's like, so, what, it's a different thing. Like, it's a different, like, the synapses going on for the pleasure and dopamine for that is a totally different reaction in comparison to, like, chicks too, because not only do they want that for themselves, like, ooh, yeah, that's nice, but they want to do it for other people. They want to watch it. It's like, I don't know. It's fucking, dude, I've caught my mom watching YouTube videos and compilations of this, bro. I'm not kidding. It is honestly kind of like, what the fuck? Don't know no goddamn, sir, that has ever been into that, but like every, especially mom that I've ever known, has got a little something for that. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a little something there, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Why is it like? Is it like a primate thing, maybe? Like I'm not trying to be like whatever the fuck. I'm just saying like, do you think maybe there's like a subconscious like human ape / primate kind of like brain steady thing? Because like if you look at primates and apes and monkeys and shit, right? Like you see them like picking potentially bugs out of the fur, they're a little troop or whatever the fuck and stuff, right? Like when it comes to a social clique. So do you think maybe it's something like that? But like for dudes, like, or I guess like I don't know, like because I'm kind of really curious about it, to be honest. Because like I don't know, there really is, I think, like some psychological shit that is there that I just don't fucking know about. But there's something there, bro. I don't understand it. I mean, I could get many things, but that's one thing I just seriously don't understand, man. I've even had this conversation with my mom trying to, like, be like, why? And she's like, oh. She just doesn't get it. I'm like, this is weird to me. Why? Why, dude? It's like, what the fuck? I don't understand it, dude. Maybe that's it. I don't know, man. I like, maybe there's a variable to that. But if that's the case, wouldn't that just be like a broader human thing? It wouldn't just be like, isolated mostly with like women predominantly being into that, right? Like, it would be more kind of equalized at least a little bit, or something like that. I mean, that'd be my guess, to be honest. Put a little bit of a retail on. I need to get a new guy train. Actually, you know what? Let's use this more secure tray because this thing is on this last one. Oh my god, this thing's on. It's like that's kind of not weird to me. Every woman I've been with love doing that, and I enjoy letting them. Well, see, I guess maybe you got like an extra step above on that for me because if I got them on me, I'm doing it. I don't want no one else touching me on that one. You know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to these bud bites that I just got. Do I have another one right here that I just now realized that I'm starting to maybe or maybe not feel a little inflammation on? That's a bud bite. Fuck. Dude, man, yeah. See, but hey, you know what I said about the flame? I ain't feeling that one anymore. It's still there, but it's like a cinched enough nerves to where I don't feel it. What about your back if you can't reach? It's just going to do its own thing, I guess. It'll just go away on its own. And also, you can use like a ruler or something to just kind of like, kind of scrape, whatever. That works too. There's ways to get around that. Come on. I mean, you know what? But if there's a spot where I legit couldn't reach, then yeah, sure. But beyond that, nah. Because honestly, that's just, I don't know. Like, for me, it's just different. But honestly, I guess maybe for you, maybe, there is like a little bit of a variable of where, like, maybe there's kind of a primary, element of like, well, hey, like, we look out for each other, take care for each other in our little troop, right? So to speak. And that includes at least, basic hygiene, but that includes like seeing if there's like, bugs or like, pimples or whatever. Like, I could get that, but it's like, I think, we've evolved beyond the need of this shit. Oh, you know what? I just thought maybe something about this as a theory. What if it's like kind of like, the whole, maternal aspect of things, right? Could that be it? Like, want to kind of look after, like others and shit, so to speak, kind of thing. Is it like kind of tied to that, but like more of the maternal side of that type of shit? Because I'm not gonna lie, man. I mean, as weird as it is, I am kind of interested as to why psychologically women are more into like pimp pop and shit and stuff like that more so than dudes. Like, straight the fuck up. Like, I'm outside of you, you're neutral to it, but outside of every other person in Venom, like dudes don't like it. In fact, they're grossed the shit out by it for more often than not. But like, I don't know, like, women though, it's the whole different ball game, honestly, legitimately. Like, I mean, I always, seem to get validated whenever I bring it up. So it's like, there has to be some sort of a psychological component. Does it gross me out? It kind of does for me. Dude, I've seen some, I mean, I've unfortunately seen some videos on YouTube where there were some gnarly ones, man. Dude, Harley had a gnarly one on his inner thigh once, and that shit was an artillery projectile, bro. Like, I think Logan was there too. Like, he audibly heard it. Like, when he popped it, Harley went, ah, goddamn. But before he did that, there was like a little light pop. We heard it. It was audible. Like, I mean, and he was like 10 feet away from me too. Like, somewhere over there, like, in the big master bedroom, master like family room area or whatever, right? Like, so it like, and he just like went, oh fuck, like I mean, but at the same time he was like, oh that felt good, but oh my god, and then he like kind of kept letting it out, and he was like, oh god, that's so gross. Someone give me a paper towel, please. Like even though it was him doing it, even he was still grossed out by it. Like I remember that much, which I don't blame him because oh my god, if I knew I had that coming out of me, I'd be like, oh. But sometimes you just get a gnarly one, man. Dude, I had like an ingrown hair over here once, and when it finally came out, I was like, ugh, what the fuck? Once it finally got out, I was also, we'll admit, had a morbid curiosity because I had like a little like kind of corkscrew thing going on, so I was like, gross, but fucking weird. Anyway, get out of here. Toss that shit, because I was like, ugh. Even then, like even ingrown hairs and stuff, like, ugh. Even though that's nowhere near as gross, I mean, sometimes it happens. Sometimes, just doesn't kind of pass through like the skin, so to speak, because, it happens. But, oof. Even then, for me, I'm just a little, G days. Or 9 days. 9 days? For what? We're already out of weed. That's... sounds like a you problem. Sounds like a you problem. Weed is expensive. I don't know if you're finding the right deals then, sir. You just might not be finding the right deals that are going on out there. $40 for 4 grams. Are you, dude? Okay. When I go down there, all right. West Coast, Best Coast, baby. Okay. Even you Southwestern, bastards don't understand. Dude, I'm going to show you the science of finding like as much as you can get for some some cheap dankness. Okay, sir? I could get an ounce for that price. Then get an ounce for that price. Lasts way longer. Why do you think I do that? Get my shit in bulk, baby. Cheaper that way, too. Not driving 4 hours. There ain't no fucking way, man. Dude. I guarantee you could find some dispos in Albuquerque out there that are selling shit for maybe not necessarily 40, but maybe $50 or $60, maximum probably $80 grams for cheap. Guarantee you, bro. Are you looking hard enough? Sometimes you might have to make a pilgrimage. For $50 ounces. Well, for going to Port Royales, well, again, bro, let me enlighten you a little when I get down there. Refuse to use the bus. That is perfect, valid transit to me crackheads. Dude, okay, bro, how in the fuck do you think if you come up here, you better be on the bus because that's how half the time we're probably getting to places, unless you want to ride a bike. Ride that everywhere, but you better get your fucking cardio going. Lyft. At that point, save your money because we can carpool too. But, bro, man, when you come up here, you're playing by my rules. Maybe I'll play by your fucking rules when I'm down there, unless I want to do something on my own. But beyond that, like, if that's the case, then you're playing by my rules when you come up here. Fucking additional handshake on that one, sir. I'm not using no poorly crackhead transit. The transit's fine here. Dude, in my neighborhood, It's just fun, bro. Okay, man. West Coast, Best Coast. Sorry, and man, and you people that have never been up in Portland, and I'm also kind of calling out you a little bit here too, fam. You people that have never been up here just don't get it. And the ones who leave Cope, they straight fucking Cope. And also, not like 90% of the time, it's because they just kind of live in legit one of the more shitty areas of Portland. But what all of Portland is represented because you lived in a neighborhood that was a little cheap because you couldn't find somewhere else because I don't know for X, Y, or Z reasons. Because a lot of these people tend to be like, well, I live in this place and my property value dropped now. But it's like, it's just straight Cope. Trim is pretty awesome most of the time. Yeah, see, Logan, is backing me up with this one a little bit for the most part here, because transit, especially around around here, it's fun, great. The worst thing I have to deal about is delayed, bus arrivals and shit. Like sometimes I'll wait at a bus stop and be like, it should have been here 3 minutes ago. It's due. In fact, it's telling me the next bus in 20 minutes is showing up. What the fuck? It's not here. Oh, there it is. God damn it. Using college almost every day. I do it all the time myself. Rather use Lyft faster and cleaner. Dude, using Lyft is not necessarily cleaner. Faster, sure, but it's way more fucking expensive. They're pretty expensive here. Yeah, and, I'm sure it is over there too. And plus, you have to, take accounting for tips as well. Trimint, or at least, any transit, you just have to pay for, basic, ticket fee, and then boom, there you go. That's it. Now that ticket, lasts either all day or for 2.5 hours, depending on how much fare you pay. I don't tip. Well, you're fucking over those Lyft drivers doing that, by the way, because that's literally how they live. Those Lyft drivers live off of tips. Like Lyft drivers, don't make any living wage off of fucking, their independent contracts of fucking Lyft. Can't afford to. Well, I follow r/Lyft and shit, and straight up, dude, a lot of drivers, when it comes to people, that don't tip, there's a lot of animosity about that. And also stereotypes are weirdly enough, can be kind of true to an extent, that are validated by a lot of, a lot of, anecdotes from different people. I live off tips. Yeah, Logan lives off of tips and shit. Weirdly enough, even, he makes more money than me just because of that. Guess supposed to run home. That's not what we're saying. Literally, there are other options. You're you were saying that there's, buses and shit. It's a choice, at this point. Being in Port Royal would be one thing, but in Albuquerque, they got some transit there. In Portland, there's a shitload of transit and a lot of pedestrian-friendly infrastructure here. So you can ride a bike around here. Infested buses. They're not, dirty or infested, bro. Dude, buses around here are not infested or dirty. The only time they might be is literally if it's some late night bus and some crackhead puked on the fucking bus or some shit and whatever. I don't know. Yeah, change this on a little bit. I'm too good to get shanked. No one's gonna shank you, bro. Oops. That's not gonna happen, bro. Worst case scenario, you might get a little bit of entertainment on the bus. I don't know. It's either because of no tipping, right? I mean, at least here in, I don't know what the laws about in New Mexico are when it comes to restaurants and shit, but around here, there's at least, I think it's at least a state law for sure, where like, restaurant industry and, workers like in those industries, have to be paid like the minimum hourly wage, at least at minimal, including tips as well. So around here, it's a little different. So you can kind of get away with like, if you got like a $30-$40 meal, maybe tipping like $5 or whatever. But I mean, it's still, I mean, honestly, here's the ultimate problem is that we have a shitty tipping culture because of our fucking shitty capitalistic system that would rather fuck workers over instead of just paying them fairly when it comes to these industries. Whether it's like the taxi culture / like Lyft, shit like that, restaurant industry. Like, like when I was in Iceland years ago and shit, like, we were at a steakhouse and my mom wanted to tip and we asked the waiter and he was like, oh, well, we don't discourage it, but you don't need to tip. We don't even have a thing. But if you want to, we can add that to the charge if you like. And they did because she wanted to. She insisted. And I just like, gave the guy like, like a fucking 1,000 krona or some shit and like, and whatever, So, but he was just like, hey, well, thank you guys, because to them, they never really expect it. And at least in Iceland, to them, they don't give a fuck about tipping or not. Some places are insulted by that, actually. Like, if you're in France or some shit, they get insulted. They're like, what do you think out of the peasants? Fuck you up. But like in Iceland, they're like, oh, well, okay, sure. Free money for me. Like, at least over there. But, that's because they don't have to rely on tips to fucking live. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, because in a way, I mean, tipping should really be seen as a sign of exceptionary service, at the workplace or whatever, right? It shouldn't really be, oh, you just kind of have to live off of it. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, unfortunately, in America, that's what we got, what we have to live with. In a lot of states, it's way more fucked than not, but that's why, at least when it comes to the services that, especially for these workers that do kind of rely on that, I at least try to do what I can, to, tip them. Because, I mean, even if it's a little something, like, even if I'm a little, like, string on cash myself. But that's just me. I ain't trying to, like, say, fuck this person or the other. Like, I'm saying there's an underlying problem here where we all kind of get fucked for it. I mean, because, no one here is really inherently in the wrong. Our system's in the wrong for making us having to rely on this shit. Because on one hand, fuck tips, that shouldn't have to be a reliant. But on the other hand, we live in a system where we do rely on it. So it's like, you kind of need them. I mean, but we shouldn't have to. So, I mean, it's not really like a dog on anyone here, specifically about that. Because, like, it's, really, for us to even really have this conversation in this fucking modern first world country, supposedly, to have this fucking conversation is just kind of like a fucking disgrace considering, how much, like, fuck you money this country makes, And what, we can't afford to fucking, like, make sure people are paid affordable living wage so we don't have to rely on this shit. Absurd. It is, because that right there is ridiculous. Well, at the end of the day, that's why I'm not really trying to, at least for me, I'm not trying to, like, make, this version one way or the other to anybody when it comes to their personal choices about these things. I'm just kind of telling you how, like, some people might feel about this. Obviously, Logan, he does, pizza delivery and stuff. So for, like, he kind of gets this kind of shit. It's luxury seems pizza delivery. Yeah. It's one, especially a modern luxury, but it, on one hand, it shouldn't have to, right? Like, again, it all kind of comes down to, like, what I'm talking about. Like, because these, services, these workers, need to unfortunately rely on tips to survive, because their wages don't, accommodate them enough to be able to live comfortably. And that puts, a burden on the consumer That includes yourself, man, but that also includes me and Logan as well, because we're also consumers too, you know. Wait, do you mean like a pizza delivery or just in general? I think it means just in general, for like Lyft, you know, like, you know, go and travel stuff. I mean, the whole conversation started with tipping, you know, specifically, but I mean, a lot of these industries tie into that. I mean, I am missing a couple comments here, to be fair, but I mean, at least I think, you know, trying to at least be more of a mediator here a little bit, because I don't want, you know, the vibes to be a little too rickety, you know what I'm saying? Shit's adds up too much money that you can't afford. Yeah. I mean, that's why I try to at least, you know, penny pinch myself is when I can. That's 173. Well, I mean, look, you also live with your girlfriend who also, you know, works and has an income. So, I mean, you know, it's like a, you know, combined income, you know, and shit. To make a tip good on that. And frankly, I mean, the sad fact is that you can't. That's what's fucked about it because of, again, what I was talking about. I know you're all kind of chatting probably like, you know, in your little moments, but it's just like I'm saying, like, our system does not fucking like make it so we can live comfortably off of like our wages or even a basic stipend that we deserve, you know, because of X, Y, or Z, fuck whatever the reason is. Just steal money off another table. That's what my dad used to do. Lamau roast, damn. Shit. Well, hey, hey, that's a hustle mindset right there. That's like a fuck you got my I don't give a shit kind of hustle. Like, hey, if no one's picking that up, yoink. I mean, I will admit I've done that a few times where I've seen like a 20 on the ground. I'm like, is anyone picking that up? And, you know, like at the bar or some shit, no one's picked it up. And I'll be like, well, all right. 5-10 minutes later, fuck it, I'll pick it up. Because hey, has anyone seen a 20? I'd be like, yeah, I've been staring at it. It's over here. You know, but because sometimes that will happen, but a lot of times I think people are so drunk they don't realize they, you know, lost that. So it's like, oh. That's that, whatever, you know, as soon as you lose, I guess, all right. Just, you know, no, I prefer to put my financial situation first. I don't think he's saying you're a bad person, bro. I mean, you know, it's like, dude. I mean, it's one like. I mean, it's just one of these things, like, you know, like I was saying from earlier. You know, it's like, you know, like there needs to be an advocacy about, like, you know, expanding wages, especially in these industries that are like super heavily reliant on tipping culture, because we really shouldn't have to rely on, you know, tipping, you know, when it comes to survivability, right? And that burden should not be put on the consumer to pick up the slack, you know, because, you know, their bosses want to fucking, you know, not pay them a fair fucking wage, right? I mean, so there's a whole blue collar, you know, politic to it. And I think a lot, you know, and honestly, you know, I mean, there is a sense that I, you know, certainly kind of don't like about the animosity that happens back and forth when it comes to stuff like this. Not saying, you know, like anyone here is doing that, but like, you know, like when it comes to this, because like I said, I've seen like r/Lyft or r/Uber, you know, it's like, I mean, you know, I've heard him say some pretty wild stuff sometimes. I'm just like, whoa. Because straight up, like, honestly, like, I mean, there's been times I've forgotten a tip and be like, oh, I forgot because I was a little too drunk, or maybe I was doing a stream or something, you know? It's like, I mean, that's happened to me before, and I'll feel bad, but, you know, hey, it happens, you know? I mean, honestly, there's legit, you know, can be understandable reasons, but again, it's like the burden shouldn't have to be on the consumer. It shouldn't have to be on the worker who is also a consumer that has to do this type of shit, because it just, you know, that's just another thing that we have to worry about budgeting about if, you know, that's something that we, you know, want to do, right? It's kind of like, you know, the Reservoir Dogs scenes, like, you know, with Bishem being like, oh, I don't tip. It's like, and then you got the old guy being like, well, why don't you fucking damn? It's like, well, because they, you know, unless they do an exceptional service, there's no reason to tip them. So, you know, like, kind of cold, but, you know, I mean, ultimately, that's what should be about. It's just that America's system about wages and, you know, workers and their rights just are not based around that. I'm getting fucking pissed. Well, I hope I'm not trying to make you mad or like, you know, or anything, Venom. At least, you know, that's not what I'm doing, because I mean, you know, like, I mean, you don't have to go. I mean, honestly, I mean, you're still welcome to still, you know, chill and shit. But if you just want to, like, you know, just, I don't know, like, just not chat for a sec, I mean, that's okay. I mean, do what you gotta do, man. It's all right. Because I'm not trying to, like, you know, like I said, bring a vibe down. I'm just, you know, because I'm just kind of cruising here, you know, a little bit. But the thing is, like, I mean, also circumstances here in Oregon/Portland are definitely different than New Mexico. So there are, you know, economically, there are going to be some variables that, you know, are different. I mean, honestly, if the wage that I make up here, I bet in Albuquerque, I probably would fucking live like a genuine, like, you know, middle class, blue collar kind of type of person, where I probably could afford a place myself. Would it be like the greatest place in the world? No. Probably be an apartment or something, or maybe like a townhouse, or, you know, like a little small one, or a condo or some shit. But fuck, bro, I probably could find a little something, all right. All right, like, I mean, at least if my wage was, you know, like equated over there, which it wouldn't. But, you know, it's like, it's because the economy over there is a little different. So it's just one of those things where, you know, just things vary, right? Getting a rent, pretty cool, actually. Well, I don't know if Albuquerque has that. Like those little e-scooters. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Logan, but I don't know if Albuquerque got that. You go order one. Maybe be a gift, actually, for him. Can't afford, you know, choose this convenience. Well, I mean, I know him a little more than you do, too, as well. So that's why I'm, you know, at least trying to, like, again, be a mediator. You know, but I don't really think anyone here is inherently wrong with anything, because I've been reading at least, you know, some of these chats and stuff, like, and really, I don't really think anyone's inherently wrong. But, you know, like I said, it's, you know, unfortunately the system that we're under right now is the one we have to live with. So it is something that we do kind of have to consider a little bit when we do make these choices financially and when it comes to doing different things, right? I mean, and unfortunately, yeah, for some people it is a necessity. I mean, for Venom, there is like a necessity for some of that. Like, I mean, when it comes to, like, you know, doctor appointments or shit like that. But I mean, you know, all in all, it's one of those things where, you know, like, at least right now, I think he's at least in a way better spot than he was like months ago, to where I think he can at least, you know, get some legs up right now. So, I mean, like I said, I kind of know what his situation is, you know, a lot more. And actually, you know, he's actually the buddy I was going to go down there and visit a little bit. So maybe on one-on-one, I'm kind of like showing him, like, hey, shit isn't as fucked as you think. You know what I mean? Because, you know, look at me, all right? You know, it's like, I mean, back in like 2019, 2020, I mean, you know, Rose, you, Logan, a lot of fucking people out, you know, that are like long-time viewers here. And I know Venom, you know, I don't know if he'd agree now, but I think he, in hindsight, probably understands and does agree. Where it's like, dude, I used to be in some really honest, legit kind of dark place and shit, right? Like, but nowadays, I'm just like, you know, I mean, I go for my moments, you know, I have my moments where I'm just like, you know, I go down for a dive for sure, but, you know, like, I mean, these days, it's like, I mean, I'm a lot more level-headed and a lot more like kind of set my spot, you know, a little bit more so than I was years ago, like, you know, 4 or 5 plus years ago now. You know, I mean, I still got a long ways to go for sure. I'm not saying that like, oh, I got it all figured out, because fuck no, I don't. You know, I sure shit don't. But I mean, still, you know, at least, you know, I kind of feel like I at least have, I got like, you know, some direction now. Like, that's what I feel like that now. Where like, you know, 3, 4 plus years ago, I would be like, well, I'm just kind of in the grind, I guess. I don't fucking know. You know, so, but now it's like, well, there's at least a direction, and I'm taking it. And honestly, it's kind of a multi-path thing. There's like some different intersections, little off ramps and shit, you know. So, I mean, there's different opportunities. I just kind of, you know, have to see which one's kind of the best, you know. They'll move to a replace a valid car. That's obviously everyone. Oh no, shit, yeah. We want to at least have a vehicle or at least some basic form of transportation out there. I mean, at minimal, I'd at least have a bike. I mean, because even when we were driving back, there was, from the river today, there's people that are like walking and driving around or like, riding around on their bikes and shit. Because there are some people out there that'll do it. Remember that one time, an all-nighter, and then we decided to say fucking go out to the range, our little spot to go shooting and shit. And there's some cyclists that apparently that little spot that we always go to is a trail, but we timed it perfectly between, everything to where they would pass by, while we're doing shit and, all that. But, actually it was a pretty cool conversation with them. But, like, those dudes were just, like, straight up, like, cycling that shit, like, in those mountains and the foothills. I'm just like, bro, dude, it's like, damn, son. So, these people calling out this bullshit. Well, I mean, I think a lot of it's just more of like the bluntness about it. Because I mean, I've kind of have called him on some stuff where he doesn't really like get, like kind of get like shut down in a sense. I'm not trying to like be mean about him. It's about that. I'm just saying like, I've like him and I have definitely had, various different backs and forths about all sorts of different shit. Some shit just kind of whatever, like politics or whatever. But some stuff, some kind of some one-on-one shit a little bit. And I don't know. I mean, sometimes, frankly, it's kind of, like, I mean, because it's kind of hard to gauge him sometimes. Because I mean, like I will admit that, but. I mean, a lot of it is just due to, I think, I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of hard to gauge, for me, honestly. No, so for him, because he doesn't have, really, he doesn't have anything for me. Well, I mean, maybe, maybe that's how he feels, but I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm gonna see him later in November, so maybe, honestly, I can, like, kind of really kind of like see how he is stuff. But I mean, he's one of my friends. I mean, I've known him for a long time. So it's just one of those things where I'm just like, I'll, like, I mean, it doesn't really change my opinion about him one way or the other. So I'm making points. Just like him because he's cheap. Well, sure. I mean, but I think that like I was saying from earlier, I don't know if you were caught it, but. I'm saying it's like for him, there's at least some element of necessity just due to his, him living on Social Security, and he's already living off of retirement benefits and stuff, from like our government, and even then, like he was making more in the past, and to a certain extent, it has been kind of cut. So, I mean, like I said, I mean, I've known him a little longer, so I kind of know his. Kind of plight on kind of to a degree when it comes to a lot of this type of shit, but at the same time he's not really in that same boat anymore, but he's still got a ways to go, for certain things. And I don't know, I mean, I'm not trying to like really make too many aspersions or like too many like assumptions either about this, because like he's my friend. I mean, and like I definitely want to see him like do better. And I think, honestly, especially lately, I mean, he's been doing like, I mean, all things considered, doing pretty okay. I just think, there's definitely some improvements and some other ways so we can get a leg up and stuff. And, I mean, I guess on, in a sphere like this, a little hard to get through, right? But I don't know, maybe him and I hanging out and, chilling, with his, him and his girlfriend and all that shit. And, going to some different bars and shit like that. Tell me fuck you first, so fucking back, that simple. Well, like I said, I didn't read every comment, so if he did say that, that is like a little like, I mean, come on, bro, he's one of my friends. Like, don't like, don't like, try to be like, a dick to him. I guess that's why he said he was gonna, just, at least, head out for a little bit, because he didn't really want to say horrible shit. Like, I did see that comment. I'm like, well, hey, look, I ain't trying to be, aggravative, at least I was saying that for him, because, he's, like I said, he's one of my friends, like, and, hey, it's like, I know that shit happens sometimes, so it's whatever, like, I definitely have, like, different friends that, might not like each other, and I'm just sitting here in the middle, like, well, can I try to be? At least they're both mods, so you can't really ban each other. Sorry, dude, it's my friend. Well, that's fine. Hey, I'm not gonna, like, force you to be his friend or whatever. I mean, I just kind of hope that, if you both happen to be in the chat and, in future streams, just try to at least be chill. But argument going on? I don't know. Ain't no argument. I mean, the only reason why, well, at least, back to Loon, but, like, at least why I'm saying chill is because, I mean, I don't want, like, something to prop up every time or something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that would ever happen, but I'm just saying, because, he comes in here pretty regularly. I know you do too. So it's, hello, though, from California. Oh, California. Hey, West Coast, Best Coast, motherfucker. Hell yeah, dude. I'm one state above you. Damn, all right. Well, hey, that's fine, Logan. That's whatever. It's all right. That's, I mean, hey, I'm not gonna, like I said, force it on you. You know what I'm saying? What's up? Not much. Through a little story time, about, like, rafting for today and shit, and I'm just kind of chilling for the most part. Went into kind of a deep philosophical / political argument about tipping and tipping culture a little bit there for a minute, and between me and two friends, one from New Mexico, and one of my other buddies. Actually, Logan was like one of the friends I was rafting with today. But yeah, had a little trifecta, a little back and forth. I mean, Rose was kind of popping in a little bit on too, so, but yeah, I got a little salty. I mean, I was kind of being the mitigator and, like, the centrist in it, kind of thing. But I mean, I don't want to get back into that specific thing, but I'm sure there's a way, especially after the stream, you can probably look back later when you go on your watch history or some shit. I mean, because it was literally like 20 minutes ago. So, I mean, an hour in, hey, 40 minutes into an hour. There you go. Boom. Oh, yeah, guess what? I finished my latest story near 4K words about a cursed lost episode of Dr. Phil. And not to brag, but I think it may be my best story yet. Ooh. Now, Rose, why do you think it will be your best, story yet when it's about me and Dr. Phil? Now, excuse me, I'm just gonna have to say that you're wrong. And you need to go to a psychiatric therapy help session because you end up doing a lot of these insane stories to where, excuse me, are you schizophrenic, Rose? Do you have crazy, fantasies, there? Where you from? Well, I just said I was literally one state above you. So, oregano. But, PDX. So I'm more closer to Washington than California, but, as far as I'm concerned, like, Cali's kind of like, the bigger brother of, Oregon and Washington. Then you hear it, you have a thick accent. Well, my parents kind of grew up, a little rural as fuck. My mom from Texas and my dad from Montana. So I probably caught it from them. So I also kind of have, like, my own little, like, accent from that. But it's, honestly, I would say it's kind of like a Willamette Valley style accent, to be honest, because some of it will have a little bit of a kind of a twang to it, straight up southern twang, to an extent, especially Clackamas County. Clackamas County, got a little bit of that twang, a little southern going on. Very kind of a conservative county, to be honest, so that definitely plays a role. But also, it's so close to Portland, too, to where you kind of get that nice, like, I'm like, right in the deep heart of Portland. I'm a hipster, bro. How you doing, sir? What's up? Kind of getting that, like, almost, like, semi, a little bit, it's a little mix going on. But then again, I mean, there's such, like, a blend of different accents here in Portland anyway, just because, like, you got like a lot of, different, Asian migrants, and shit, that, got various different, like, Vietnamese style accents, Japanese style accents, just depending from their backgrounds and stuff. Got a lot of Latinos, so there's also a little bit of, that going on, because a lot of, my education growing up, I mean, it was outside of like white people, being the main demographic predominantly, it was Latinos, like that were pretty much the second biggest demographic. So a lot of that blends into it too a little bit. I mean, so there's a massive blend. So kind of there's a little bit of a mixture of all that shit going on. Your country or living? Well, compañero los dos. Compañero los dos. ¿Eh? El petito. I mean, broadly, I mean, it's like I'm literally like 30 minutes away from country and then like 30 minutes away from like the city, give or take, depending. I mean, I'm kind of like literally smack dab in the perfect like median middle. Not outright suburbia, but good little medium middle. A lot of it's just white, and never live in West Hollywood. Nice. Trump 24. Well, hey, I don't support Trump, nor do I support, like Kamal that much either. So, hey, fuck both parties. I'm not much a fan of Harris, so I don't know if you're thinking that means I'm going to be a big old Trump boy, but I ain't going to be happening. No. No, sir. Or no, ma'am, I guess in this case. What Trump do for tax benefits? That just depends on what tax bracket you're in. If you're part of like the rich, and like the top like 10% shit, then yeah, you're getting them bennies. But if not, then you're kind of getting sold down the river a little bit. I mean, I don't want to get into it too hard, but oh my God, bro. I love how the latest scandal about like Kamala and Waltz lately is that Waltz got car sick and shit, apparently, because his brother is like, yeah, he gets car sick and would vomit a lot, so no one wanted to sit next to him when we were like traveling and stuff. Yeah, that was pretty much about it. Other than that, I politically disagree with him, but yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to say any more statements in the media, so bye. Jeff Waltz just leaves, doesn't elaborate. Oh my God, dude, it's like, what the fuck? Also, you know what? Since we actually are kind of, bringing it up, bro, what's the percentage that you think that Trump's actually going to release some, even a redacted version of the Epstein documents, like straight up? Because I think it's straight 0.0%, like just flat. Like there's like, it's just zero across the board. But you know what? There's a part of me that's thinking, it's like, ladies and gentlemen, I have a redacted list of the Epstein list. And on my first day of office after 2020, I will release it for all. I will release it for everyone, the redacted list. A beautiful redacted list, ladies and gentlemen. He already was like partially about like, oh, I'm just going to release it in general. But he could walk it back a little bit and say he's going to be a redacted list. Take out his name and a few other names and shit. And then, basically make it so it's like the Clinton family and all these other fucking people and shit. Predominantly in the Democratic Party or like, rhinos, the fucking rhinos. It's going to be them bitches. There's like, I think I like a 0.0001% chance that is a possibility. And if that's the case, then, oh my God, that would, dude, how much of a fucking stir do you think that would, start, bro? Like, honestly, how much do you, I mean, because, dude, the insane, like, fiasco that would be going down with, like, media, like, commentators, left, right, in between, and everything else, besides the fucking, like, scuttlebutt between people at, like, the bar and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, the radio that you're listening on the, on the car ride to work and shit, bruh. Imagine, like, the shit that would be going down if he did that. And the hypothetical if he even won. Because there's still straight up a coin toss. So, I mean, that's... And the thing is, like, he's too much of a bitch boy to even do that. Like, he didn't, pull out of Afghanistan. Joe Biden had to pretty much finish that up for him. Like, pretty much extended just for, one more year, basically. So, like, I don't know. Like, for me, it's like, he's all talk and really, like, lack of action. Outside of whatever just benefits him and whatever yes man happens to, like, say the most sweetest little, like, cherry to him in his ear. I mean, honestly, the thing is, I'm not even really worried about him. He's just, to me, now fully kind of interwoven into, like, the, establishment as far as I give a shit. He's just, like, such a curveball because he has, like, this very strong base around him still. As loud and, honestly, as slowly but surely kind of honestly draining-ish. But, for various different reasons. But at the same time, it's kind of like a back and forth, at this point now. Like I said, it's back to the coin toss thing. So, there's like this median of voters that are like, well, I don't know. Don't really like Harris, but don't really like Trump. Or maybe they're like, well, I kind of like both, but, like, you got these motherfuckers. You got those people, so it's like every now and then their, feelings are just going to go one way or the other. So we're kind of in that boat right now. But at the same time, it's like, you have, like this dude who's just straight up, like, literally kind of clinging off into the wind right now. Like, like you trying to say, oh, I'm going to release the list and all this other shit. Because frankly, every time they try to go after Harris or Walz, it's kind of the most silliest of shit. Because you can't really go after, her record where it actually counts because she's very pro-cop. She's gotten pretty pro-military and, like, and all this other shit. Like, pretty much a lot of stuff that Republicans were known to be, like, back in, like, the Bush era and shit like that. Like, the Democrats now have kind of pretty much like, it's ours now. I'm just taking it. It's like, bro, let's go, but have a good night. Well, yeah, have a good one too, my friend. I do this pretty often. I've been, especially on the verticals, so Bolton, brings in more, and especially in Iowa, it's been a pretty active night. I like that. A little active, for all sorts of different, fun people come by. Hi, hello, host. Hello. I think I've actually seen your name in here before. I think you popped in once or twice. Getting that little boat loaded up. Shit, some stoned Jesus is playing right now. Nice. Their shit's so long and goes so hard though. Straight up like stone prog metal. It's like, bro, so long but so hard though. Oh, that felt good. Oh, that felt amazing. Excelente. How are you? Yeah, pretty good. Vibing and cruising. Went rafting today. Hence, like, the River Dog Cowboy name for the stream, because, went out to the river and shit. One of the moments where I kind of wish I can screen share and show pics and stuff like that. But I have, some video that I made, where I can make a YouTube short out of it. So I at least do that. I might at least be able to upload that. Actually, another thing I didn't mention about the river too. It's on our way, like, about like, on the last third of the, trip on the river, saw straight up a bald eagle. At first I thought it was a hawk, but, because I, couldn't really see it, from, like the full silhouette, from where it was flying. But then it went behind, went in front of a tree, And I saw this like distinct, white head and then like some of the white, like tail feathers a little bit. And I was like, oh, guys, a bald eagle, bro. And it was just like kind of flying and cruising. And it was just so huge. I can only imagine the size of that thing, dude. Because bald eagles are fucking huge. They are big. I seen a salmon earlier today that was like gargantuan. Female salmon that just like laid her eggs and seeded and stuff and on her last little days, but just being this big gigantic, man, I kind of wish, weirdly enough, I kind of wanted to like, pick it up and like, take it with us, but it's like, I mean, because she was already on her last days, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, damn. Peter Pan is down bad now. Peter Pan is down bad. Wait, are you saying I'm Peter Pan, bro? Dude, that's new. Peter Pan, bro. Peter Pan. Bruh. Wasn't Peter Pan already down bad because he was trying to, like, take kids and teach them to do magic and shit like that, or whatever the fuck? Wasn't he already a little sussy baka as it is? Like, down bad. Oh my god, dude. Okay, I'm not even gonna lie. I'll let that one slide, because what the fuck, dude? What is with some of the, what is with some of the skibbities that pop in for here that will be like, that just comment on the appearance and then just dip? Dude, they're like the Glockinator guy, like the other day, he popped in. It's like, oh, looks like you changed and showered. And I'm like, dude, I showered the day before, and like, so you're wrong already. You're just saying that because I tied my hair back and I'm at work, so I'm wearing my work shirt. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. I don't get it. Like it's like, people just like look at basic appearance and just like, let me comment on that and skibbity scroll. So weird, dude. Fucking weird. Now, I will admit, that one kind of got my jollies. Wish I had a really sappy inspirational music, then put a quote at the bottom that sounds vaguely deep, but really means nothing. For example, sometimes when the pine cones fall, we have to let ourselves fall with them. True. When the rapids consume thee, you must ride the waves of the rapids and let you fall through, and let it consume thee, and go through thee. Dude, Stone Jesus goes so fucking hard. Pretty sure this is I Am the Mountain, isn't it? Yep. The song is like, how long is this song? Fucking like 13 something minutes long. It doesn't even say, it won't show me the time of how long the song is. It's just giving me this little swirly of how long it's been going. That doesn't tell me the time, so it's just a long song. Definitely some shit to hella vibe to, which, I'm vibing right now, so the song is vibing with me. Man, that mountain too, Mount Hood is calling my name too a little bit. Now that the ocean has called my name, the rivers and the foothills of the valley have called my name. But now that mountain is calling my name. Because now I need to snowboard and get up in that mountain and fucking, shred some fucking, slopes, dude. I need to do that, at some point. Like, I'm thinking January or February, I should at least, take at least 1 or 2 trips up at the fucking slopes and shred some shit. Because it's been way too long since I've done it. It's been like 3 years. Well, no, not even that. Like, at least 5 fucking years since I last went up to the fucking slopes, bro. It's like, I need to, like, get some homies together and be like, yo, let's go to the slopes, bro. Because even if, like, some friends don't want to or, just don't know how or whatever the fuck or just want to chill and hang out, do their own thing, then that's fine. But I'm going up on them slopes, bro. Because, honestly, one thing that has been calling my name for a minute but I've been kind of, putting off is the mountain. The Hood, dude. The Hood herself has been calling my name, and I'm just like, yo, I know. I've been putting you off, but the Pacific, Lady Luamit has been calling my name. The foothills of this valley have called my name. I'm sorry. It's just easily more accessible. Less shit to do on the mountains, unless it's in the wintertime. Unless, like, you know, we all did an expedition summer trip up to the fucking peak of it. Because honestly, I would love to, like, you know, honestly climb Mount Hood up to the peak. Because I've been, dude, you know what's wild is that, you know, I remember going to, like, some of the more higher ski lifts on Timberline up on Mount Hood. And when you're like that high up, like about like straight up like 10,000 something feet up, and you know at this point, you know, at those highest slopes, and you look up and you're looking at like the peak of Mount Hood and shit. And you look down, you're seeing some of like the lower clouds, and you can even see fucking Portland, you know, depending on what the cloud coverage is and shit like that. You know, and just like see the just expanse of Oregon and stuff. It's really beautiful, but. Like when you look up to that peak, you think that peak is just like right there, basically. But no, that's like you're barely a third of the way. You're pretty much like a quarter of the way up, you know, to the peak. It might look like it's just right there, but nah, oh hell no, no it ain't. Like the highest ski lifts and shit, you know, that go up to you know, Mount Hood and shit, you know, are about probably at best like a quarter of the way up there, you know, to the peak. So, like, there's still, like, 3/4 left to traverse to get up there. But there are, like, you know, different ways to get up there. So it's not like it's impossible. But, I mean, people do it all the time. My mama even fucking had a wedding up there because, like, for some reason, like, way back in her, it was either late 90s or early 2000s when my mom did photography as a business and shit. Yeah, she had, you know, one couple that wanted to fuck a wedding on Mount Hood, like, way the fuck up there. So they were taking one of these like ski tractor, fucking mountain tractor things that were like, you know, going all the way up on this mountain to where there was like this ridge or some shit at like the top is like highest point of like where Timberline, you know, lifts and shit go and shit. And like she did a full on like wedding service up there, you know, doing photography. I'm like, and also I'm just thinking in my head, like, why in the fuck is anyone doing a wedding service up there? Like the whole shebang too. It's like, what the fuck? I'm like, whoa. Honestly, that in itself is kind of insane. I'm just like, but, you know, it's insane that my mom even did it, to be fair, too, honestly, because, I mean, being that high up, having to, like, you know, focus and, like, you know, do all that shit, you know, doing photography, too, and have to, like, be on your A game because it's, like, a wedding ceremony thing, too. It's not just like, oh, I just want to be up here and take some pictures, you know, whatever the fuck. It's not just that, you know? I mean, you know, it's one of those things that, you know, I want to, you know, I kind of like, you know, ask my mom the details about, you know, to be honest, because like some of the shit about that story, I'm just like, what the fuck, mama? Because also I think she said she wasn't even feeling good either because she didn't really eat much. There was like a few other things about that story, you know, about that specific thing I'm talking about where, you know, there's some other shit that she, you know, would certainly know about, but I kind of forgot. Because, dude, that story is pretty wild. Took off. He locked himself in the laundry room and now he's freaking out. He's like, bro, no. Hey, he'll calm down. Or not. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to go grab him really quick. Doggo! Shut up. Yeah, you, buddy. Oh, you stretchy thing. Oh, good, big boy. Huh. What type of what are you doing? Papa bark. Woof, woof, woof. Papa bark. I know, dude. Since I opened the door, now he's all chill. Oh, and he locked himself in the lunchroom again. He closed the door on himself. Shocker. Yep. Also, one thing I've noticed since I've been doing some of these vertical streams lately, if any some of the skibbities, it's like I've noticed like it tends to be kind of more right-leaning people to an extent. But I do find it interesting enough that those type of individuals find me interesting enough to stick around a little bit, at least to hang out for a minute or two. I really do find it kind of interesting. Because, like, I kind of have, like, a weird, unique kind of, foots, in different doors here a little bit, because I kind of have, like, that I touch grass and do active things. I am out and about, like, I go rafting, I go at a karaoke bar, talk to people, blah, 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 go to concerts, etc. So I kind of have, like, a foot in that door where I can kind of, like, talk to some kind of blue-collar shit with, some different people a little bit. Get the perspectives in that way and do it here, at the same time. But I think because of that foot that I have in that other door that I was talking about, like, I think I kind of have like a weird like charm almost in comparison to like others about it, when it comes to these type of things, and honestly, and weirdly enough, I think that's, at least for me personally, why I like to like watch Paul's streams, because he has the same charm. He comes from that, blue collar, background. Like, even when he started doing YouTube back in 06, like, he was, like, doing blue collar work and shit. I think when he first started doing YouTube, I think he was still working at Starbucks. So he was doing, like, fucking, like, school district shit, and on the side, he was doing some videos here every now and then on his ideologies and shit. Like, I mean, he's been doing that type of thing for a long time. It's kind of, and honestly, I think, and that's another reason why I like him a lot, especially, when it comes to his kind of, background in general, because of that type of stuff. Because I'm kind of in a weirdly enough, in similar boat. Doing blue collar shit myself, do it, got ways to make my own, fucking bread, right? Like, and make or buy my bread, but, make do. But, like, I'm starting off not making money off of doing shit like this, because Paul wasn't making money until we got on a podcast. At least when it comes to internet stuff. That's when, the whole game changed for him, but he just got fucking lucky. I'm not, I do these things, I don't really expect to make money off it, but, I always kind of hold out for, maybe this is a cope, but I always kind of hold out for, like, hey, if I make it enough, to where I can maybe have a little side chatter for a minute, then, hey, fucking hey, cool. But, hey, I got my own way of making cheddar, so I always do this for fun. Besides, it's kind of cool to just kind of, like, air my thoughts out and hear, especially what random strangers have to say about different things. It's also part of the reason why I like going to karaoke park, because, a lot of people that I'm acquainted with or friends with there, like, it's kind of interesting and fun to talk, different things about them. Like, especially with different songs I might sing, and so, there's always, like, commonality and relatability. And it's like, I mean, when it comes down to the online sphere and you look at it specifically from there, and that's, like, where most of that focus is, yeah, you're going to totally think it's, like, a different perspective about shit, right? Like, and it just ain't. This weird hyper partisan tribalized, like, oh, I'm like the better, and like the debate, like this whole idea of having like an argument or a conversation is actually a debate, and blah, 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 all this other bullshit. Like, it, that means fucking nothing. In fact, you would look like a dumbass or a dork if you try to act like that, in the real world. And frankly, more often than not, I'm just gonna be fucking blunt and honest with you on that shit. So, I mean, it's just like one of those things where it's like there can be like a balance to it. It's like, because, I mean, the idea of like reading theory and, maybe like, delving into like the online sphere of like how people think in that way. And there ain't no wrong with that. But to just like make that your own sphere of how you look at things is not going to do you any favors. It just won't. In fact, honestly, it's just going to isolate yourself. I mean, and honestly, the proto version of this before social media and, shit like, today is like, with radio, frankly. Like back when a lot of blue collar people were like, doing their jobs like the 90s and 2000s and shit like that. Like, I mean, whenever they were getting their politics or their news and shit like that, it was probably the radio in their car. On their 30-minute lunch break, they're sitting in the car listening to the radio a little bit. Listening to like the news radio and always, more often than not would be a right-wing leaning, radio podcast host. And honestly, around here in Oregon, I know them by name. Lars Larson, what's her fucking name? Dana Loesch. That's another name. I've even heard Ben Shapiro on the fucking radio here on our news radio. Not kidding you. Like full-on segments of Ben Shapiro's show. So it's like, I mean, even the Daily Wire is tapping into the fucking radio money, where it's like, there's still money to be made in the radio industry specifically. So it's like, but instead of actually having actual radio broadcasts, now they're just fucking basically expanding what is already kind of there established, like when it comes to internet stuff, like the Daily Wire, where they're just like, pretty much, just buying airtime, for the radio itself too, depending on what, radio broadcast company is willing to take it. And at least 101.1 FM, that's the news radio, shit here, when it comes to around here, at least in Oregon, at least at PNW and shit, PDX. And yeah, it's mostly right-wing bullshit. There was also Clyde Lewis too, but he was also kind of like a conspiratorial, like, delve into like UFOs, different, theories and shit like that, Bigfoot, shit, which, so sometimes, honestly, I would like listening to him if it's like, oh, we're talking about Bigfoot tonight, or some shit like that, or ghosts or whatever. Like, he'll delve into stuff like that, but sometimes he'll delve into some politics and shit, and I'm just like, there's always like a weird half and half where I'm like, I can kind of see where you're getting at, but then you go with this weird right-wing button, you're like, oh my fuck. I mean, because, and that's just how radio is, and now it's like you pretty much don't even really have to have your own radio show. You could just have a show and just buy airtime if you got fuck you money now. That's why I'm starting to hear Ben Shapiro, because Daily Wire got fuck you money, so they could just buy airtime if, like, radio companies want to contract, a license to, use their airtime or whatever the fuck. I don't know how it works. But there's a lot of like, octopus fucking Ouroboros money weaving bullshit, into weaving, where both of them are making a lot of fuck you money out of it, though. Those radio companies are making fucking money off of it. Ben Shapiro is. The banks that they invest into, funny enough, because of the song, like they're investing in the ship. They're all making some fuck you money out of it. Think that benefits you? Of course it doesn't. I mean, that's definitely like one thing, that, heavily, has like kind of, shaped a lot of, I think, how like people think in a lot of ways too. But that was even before social media, like I was saying, right? Like, I mean, this is before Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or X, or, and all sort of shit, Like, I mean, it was well before all this shit. But, it was like one step first. Like, hey, if people are already kind of dumb and buying into our shit, why not just make them a little dumber, just like expand it? And now, it like, at this point, are you going to notice the fucking difference? I mean, that's the fucking freaky shit now. I mean, when I was hearing Ben Shapiro on the radio, on the car rides, to go to Duffy's or whatever the fuck, I was just like, huh? I'm hearing Ben Shapiro on the radio in the car right now. I was like kind of flabbergasted. I was like, because I've known of his name for a long time, and that fucking was like a whoa. It kind of blew my mind almost, because it made me realize like, oh, the radio industry has like, oh, you got a radio host that walks into a radio station and shit like that. Oh, that is like for the most part legitimately kind of dead now. Outside of like, a few old guards that, got me, like, the skills to pay the bills kind of shit or whatever the fuck, outside of a few old guards, like, I mean, at this point, that industry is pretty much kind of dead and dying and gone, so like at this rate, it's just about buying airtime, just like how TV has always been. Like, I mean, especially if advertisements, I mean, look at like the Super Bowl, like, and most of that shit is basically just buying advertisement airtime, and the money that goes into the advertisements of the Super Bowl alone, let alone the entire fucking, NFL season shit, would blow your fucking mind. it is insane how much money goes into that just for even 30 seconds of airtime. I think the last Super Bowl, like, what was it? Like, you know, like 2 point something million fucking dollars just for 30 seconds. It's like, whoa. And I might be kind of having a conservative estimate. It might have been more than that, to be honest with you. Maybe, like, you know, to have an early, like, you know, booking of something like that, maybe it was then. But, like, as I let it up, I'm sure it got way more expensive. Because shit like that was lucrative. It still is. And it's fucked, honestly. Because, I mean, you know, the last few times I have watched the Super Bowl, like, most of it's just ads. But then you get some halftime shit that happens every now and then, but then it's also filled with ads, so it's like, it's not even really, like, worth it almost sometimes. Like, what the fuck? Might as well just, like, you know, watch it the day after and just hope you don't get spoiled, and then you can just skip all that shit, you know, and then there you go. I mean, that's unfortunately kind of the fuck thing about it. Ugh. It's in, like, you know, I mean, radio's pretty much been assumed in that too, because I mean, outside of maybe Spotify or Sirius XM, like, I mean, you know, the old traditional style of like what radio used to be definitely isn't really much of a thing anymore. Like I said, outside of like, you know, kind of like old guard, you know, kind of like radio hosts and shit. But it's like an oof. It's like we need to bring back the fairness doctrine, and antitrust laws back too. Just a little bit. Not just a little bit, but probably a lot of it. Lamau Marcus dishes. Where did Marcus go? Did he go up in his room and sleep? Because honestly, I'm still riding the wave. He got a last minute date with a girl. Oh, damn, he's getting some poontang. Oh, shit, he's going to get a little bit of some of that Clackamas poontang. Oh, shit. Clackamas raft sesh and then some poontang, you know, situation. Oh, dude, he's going to risk the fuck out of her. Oh, I know why. Because now he just rafted. He's going to risk the fuck out of her with, you know, some epic stories. Be like, yo, my homies, you know, dude. You know, we all went rafting, blah, blah, blah. We got some epic pics. Oh, dude. I already know, dude. Oh, fuck, dude. What a hustler. What a Rizzler, bro. He went host before bro sitch, dude. He looks like a cool guy for sure. I mean, dude, oh, yeah. Like, I mean, so I kind of, honestly, like, I'm not even going to lie. Thinking about it, it took me a moment, but thinking about it, I know exactly why I did it. And you know what? I'm not even going to blame him. I just hope that it's successful. If he fails, then we can fuck on him. But if he doesn't, you know, and he actually succeeds, and it's like, all right. I think he would have the ultimate W at the end of the day. Like, I think he would have the literal ultimate, like, dub, you know, of the whole trip. You know what I'm saying? I think, you know, if he succeeds, you got to let me know. You got to kind of pressure, be like, yo, bro, did you get a little bit of that poontang? Riz is real. I mean, for real, dude. I mean, I will admit, man, like, Marcus got, like, some legit natural Riz. Like his, like, there's really honestly legitimately like some sort of like charm to Marcus that, you know, Stefan also got a little bit too, but Marcus almost is like, you know, if like, you know, if it was like split between Marcus versus Stefano, 30% is in Stefan, 70% is in Marcus. Because I don't know, dude, like Marcus out there, like he's got like the wrist charm, like just naturally. I mean, as a bro, as a homie, as just like, you know, maybe someone to like, you know, date with and shit when you're, you know, like when it comes to like, you know, hanging out with chicks and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's one of those dudes that like, he's just got like a natural charm to him. I mean, you know, some dudes just, you know, some people just like in general just have a charm to them that people in general are just attracted to. And some people, you know, just like, oh, please just, oh. My hat fell off. It's like, yes, let's slay me. Slay me, sweet prince. Slay me, sweet queen. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, some people just got that riz. Some people just got it. And I think Marcus got that. You know what I mean? You know what? It makes me almost kind of wish that guy knew what their dad was like in their prime. Because I guarantee you, he in like their pops like at their peak, I bet was like the Risk King, dude. There's something, but there's always been a little something about their pops. So I'm just like, in your prime, at our age, he was kind of a Risk King. There's something about it, and there's always been a little something where he's always been a chill kind of cool dude. He's got like his quirks. I think that's where kind of Rip kind of gets some of it a little bit, but I mean, he's got a charm to him still, I always loved that. That's what I loved about him. That's why I always loved Rip, loved Mark Cushion, and their folks and stuff, because, the few times I've ever, hung out even with their parents, like they've always been awesome and really cool. Even offered to be like, hey, you want some food? And even sat down on the table, had some dinner with them a few times back in high school. Like, they've always been really great, awesome people. Like, I mean, they're fucking awesome. Man, there's like a little element where I'm like, I kind of wish, like the little spot that they had was still around, like, cause dude, that was like for a time, that was like just a spot that we just all kind of hung out. Like, it was just kind of like, Stefan and his friends just hang out here, blah, blah, blah. Marcus and, Stefan, their friends pop over here and say, what's up, blah, 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 blah. It's like, I mean, like, it was just kind of the spot, it's like, shit, dude. I got some memories about that spot. I just always love it. The few times I ever happened to be near there, I'm just like, I always have to, walk by and be like, how's it looking? And, it's still looking good, but still got the memories, man. It's like, man, wonder how it looks. Wonder how the folks have been treating it. Ooh, burp, burp. Do you think that's another cat thing of his because they like it when you leave the doors open? Well, for Zukov, he doesn't do that. Like, cause he'll be fine for a little bit, and then he'll close the door on himself like he is. So they're at a viewpoint together. Lamau, bro, has game. Bro, they're at a viewpoint. They went to some viewpoint of the city. Dude, see what I mean, man? Like, bro, Marcus got that Riz game, bro. Dude, he's got the charm. He's got, like, some natural charm. Dude, yo, he got cleaned up, got some food. He was probably browsing, on, like, Tinder or some shit. Found shit. It was like, yo. It basically established, like, I just went rafting. I got cleaned up. Yo, he learned that viewpoint shit from my ass. Well, I'm sure. He picked it up. For sure. But, like, now it's just using that, to amp that natural charm of his. Like, oh my God. Dude, you know what? I'm pretty confident he's about to, like, fucking, get a little bit of that River Putang Riz, Oh, shit. His dick got wet in more ways than one. Oh, shit. Yo, let's go. Let's go, Marcouche. You know what? I can't even be mad at him, man. Like, hey, he might have ditched all of it, but whatever doesn't matter, Lamau wet as fuck day. Yeah, for real. I got changed up a little bit, got some brewskis, and I'm just kind of chilling. I don't even know what time it is, to be fucking frank with you. Because I'm kind of still vibing. I only have, like, one thing to do tomorrow, and that's pretty much it. So, and moth randomly flew up my ass just now. You're taking a shit and a moth flew up your ass? You have a moth in your ass? What? What the fuck? Bruh, a moth went up your ass. How's that even happen, sir? Sir, how's that even happen? Oh my god. Oh shit. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Oh fuck, that's my biggest fear. Having a crawl up your ass. Honestly, you want to know what my biggest fear when it comes to toilet? Is that like when, you know, you're taking a shizzle, you don't realize there's a clog because some asshole didn't, like, you know, fucking unclog it or some shit, you know what I mean? And you're thinking, oh, well, you know, not a big deal. Little leftovers because someone didn't want to flush one more time. That's, you know, the assumption, right? So you're just like, well, at least I won't, you know, if I add like one little layer of, you know, toilet paper over the surface of that, maybe it might be okay and I won't get some splashback. You know, 99.9% of the time that normally is the case. And then you're like, all right, do your thing. And you're just like, all right, gonna do a little flush and then I'm gonna do like one more little wipe sitch. You know what I'm saying? Biggest fear though, it don't flush. It just rising. It just keeps on rising. And then it just graces those cheeks. And then just continues to rise and overflows. And then it hits your feet. That, especially if it's the late night shit, that is some shit, no pun intended, that I ultimately fear. That right there, I think, honestly, I think we all agree it's the ultimate fear right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, that right there is a fear. Because, like, especially if it's a late night, like you at 4 in the morning, you wake up and you're like, oh man, gotta take a little shit real quick. Yeah, maybe also a little piss Mary too at the same time. So you take a little squat, all right, and go down there and you do your biz. And then all of a sudden, it's just like, do one quick little flush. And then you're like, all right, I'm gonna do one more. You know, do your biz real quick. And then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, why didn't I hear the little, you know, the signature sound of a flush. And then it's like, oh no. And just continues to rise. That's a fear right there. Oh, that's not happened to me. But man, I don't know why, but that's always been a fear growing up. Like, it's never happened to me. There has been a time where a toilet has overflowed. Not in my place, thank fuck. But there has been times where, straight up, that's happened. Getting redacted while taking shit has to be one of the worst ways to go out because you have no way to explain yourself to people after. Well, Elvis died on the toilet. On my birthday, by the way. He died on my birthday. On the 16th of August. Got a little bit of Elvis in me, huh? He died so I can descend. Aw. So, you know, it's one of those things where that's kind of a weird, interesting fact. But if you look it up, that is true. He died on the 16th of August. That is when I was born. Not the same year. It would be fucking weird if it was the same year, by the way. I would be like, whoa, he died on the toilet on 97, and I was born on 97, you know, on the same day. Like, that would be a little fucking weird, but luckily that's not the case, because I would be like, whoa, I got a little bit of that Elvis in me. If you think of Mojo Nixon's Elvis is Everywhere, I mean, we all got a little bit of Elvis in us. Oh, we all got a little Elvis. But that would make me feel like I'm actually like the resurrection of Elvis. Like, I would get almost a weird ego about that. Like, I'd be like, whoa, he died so I can sing. Because legit, that would be kind of wild as fuck. I mean, it's still kind of wild he died on the same day, though. Different years. He died in the 80s, I think mid-80s, like 87 or 86 or something like that. He died in the 80s. I remember that much, so I just know he died on my birthday. Go charge my phone, now head over. Cool. And maybe we could scratch a pool game or two. But honestly, I mean, get redacted on the toilet. I mean, hey, at least, when it comes to rigor mortis, like, you want to know what usually happens when you die under various different circumstances? Your body kind of releases all of its, like, muscles, and that includes your bladder and your intestinal colon tract. So, wouldn't you want to be on the toilet if you died? Because if you, like, your body goes, like, just releases everything, wouldn't you want that to be in the toilet? Easier cleanup. All you have to do is just flush. Right? Elvis, when he died on the toilet, I mean, hey, easier cleanup. Though, to be fair, he basically literally died of constipation. So, I mean, I don't know if there was anything down there for it to be cleaned up. But, but I don't know, it's like, I mean, it would be legit, easier cleanup. I mean, depending. I mean, if you just, like, you're on shit and you're like, and you just die, then that would be one thing. Easy cleanup there. But if someone just, like, oh, hey, bop, and just, like, plopped you and, like, pew-pewed you or something like that, that would be a different story, because then you have to clean that up, so that's a whole different, shebang, right? Like, so, I mean, I don't know. I mean, for me, it seems like depending on the circumstances, it might honestly be easy cleanup, and, no matter how I was going to go, can I let at least, the people that have to deal with my body, make it as easy as possible? You know what I mean? I'm such an empathetic guy that even after death, I'd be like, I don't want to be a really gnarly cleanup, so I want to make sure that it's, easy as possible for them. Like, honestly, That's why I try to avoid white pants or shorts. True. That's why, you got to be like a metalhead or a punk where you just wear all black, and then the only things that are colorful are like pins and patches and shit. Or maybe like a logo on the t-shirt. Well, this isn't even a punk shirt. It's actually kind of an organ shirt. Kind of thematic, for today. The modern Oregon Trail. Well, what does it say? Kind of forgot what it said. Food. It is mostly organic. Wait, what does this say? God damn it. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. Quick little switch on turn here. But you know what? Here. Hey. I said tune switch. Not that I hate the song, but here. So, Shams. Weather, rain, wait, no, sun, oh, rain again. Not today, but tends to be accurate. Job prospects, 0. Beer, homebrewed. Next vegan strip club, 1.7 miles. It's more like 1.7 blocks. And privilege, unchecked. The modern Oregon Trail, dude. All right, putting this back on. I'm still white as a snowball. I'm probably blinded everyone doing that. Source me shark because you have no way to explain yourself to be. Oh, dude, yeah, for real. That's why I hate the mornings for myself, to be honest with you, man, because, like, legit, I don't know why. Maybe it's a lack of fiber or something. I don't even get it. But, dude, that's how it is sometimes. Like, I'll get my, not trying to be too TMI, but it's like, I'll get the main situation done, but then there'll be like some excess. And that's what happens afterwards, where I'm just like, or even for myself, I'm like, what? Like, the stench, even from my own interior, I would like almost gag and puke on. I'm just like, bro, I'm not trying to get sick here. Does it smell? Dude, are you all right? Yeah, I'm good. It didn't stand out because you're wearing white and there's an oblivious brown stain. Yeah, that is no bueno. And what's honestly, fucked up is that either that can mean different things. One, bad digestive situation, probably need some more fiber or some shit, blah, blah, blah. Two, little loosey goosey down there because of some situations that they might be into. You know what I'm saying? And then also 3, combination of all the above. Because I mean that's the worst case scenario too. Because then there's like nothing to really help hold them back. Let's take care of shit properly. But some people don't know that. What if stars are dead angels? Whoa. I mean, I guess then would it basically be ancient caveman and animists, you know, because a lot of like ancient nomadic tribes people pretty much thought that. What am I going to talk about now? I left the room. My phone was charging. Same topic, kind of. I was about to take a little piss bigger myself real quick while I let music play a little bit. Cosmic horror. Well, now I guess cosmic horror now. I'll let Rose elaborate on it a little bit, but I'm gonna take a pee break though for sure. So I'll be right back, y'all. Just sweet, happy little bubble. Oh. Ah! Hey, don't smack my face. Bleh. The doggo. Oh. Can head over there. Oh, I figured. I got no idea for a story. The premise is that stars and black holes, our universe, are actually souls of long dead beings. However, one of them is starting to revive itself. Whoa. What if it's the theory of the white hole, dude? What if it's the first white hole that humanity finds and realizes is trying to revive itself into a new sun? Or some shit. Resurrection of a sun, bro. Dog. Sweet doggo. Hey, don't be looking at my face. I taste the freshness of the river on you. I want to lick the river off of you. Oh, dude, this dog is zoned. He's zonked out. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Good idea, actually. I don't know if you ever remember Joe Malloy, but he kind of was like a white hole theorist. You know, he kind of believed in the idea of the white hole, and I kind of remember going back and forth with him years back. He kind of disappeared after I started streaming on Twitch for a little bit, and I had his email, so I always try to email him every so often, but never got anything back from him. And unfortunately, I think he probably passed away, to be honest. I did not at all, sorry. I mean, I'm sure if you go back on my streams like years and years back, I mean, you'll probably find something of it. Like scientists think that the first white hole is a monumental discovery, then it starts forming into a shape. Ooh, I like that. Look at this dog. Look at him. Look at this homunculus. Look at him. Oh. What you doing, dog? What you doing? Huh? What you doing? Smoosh. Big old smoosh. Big old smoosh ball. Oh my god, look at that face. This face, though. Whoa. To the truth, I think it would take something like Cosmic Horror to find the humble humane enough to progress. Do you think Venom might be on something about like maybe like, you know, some sort of an alien force, you know, might need to like, you know, make people xenophobic enough against to where maybe that is the ultimate like fucking progression that is necessary, you know, for humanity to unite? Or is it the Vulcans? Like a Vulcan style, you know, alien race? Booty, booty, booty. I'm just gonna keep smooshing his booty until you leave. Smush. It means like take us to your leader, kind of aliens. I mean, like Lovecraft shit. More of a reason, right? Because maybe Venom is ultimately talking about something like that. Maybe our, you know, our premise of what the aliens ultimately are, you know, maybe that's where, you know, we differ from. I kind of want him to come back a little bit, but I don't want to, like, you know, bring the silly bullshit back up about that. But it's like, still, it's like, because, I mean, especially with shit like this, I mean, you know, it's like, as much as we have, I think, different philosophies about, like, aliens and blah, blah, blah. To me, that's just fun. I don't really have any judgment one way or the other, you know, about stuff like that. I just think it's a fun conversation. Strawman's arguments. Aliens are awesome, Venom probably. Yeah, aliens are actually great, and we should be enslaved by the aliens. Venom 9390. Circa 2024, bro. I heard it earlier on the stream, dude. I saw it as a comment earlier. Hello, Igna. Dime delicious. Hello. Hello. Now, what are you doing, doggo? Doggo. Or those Zuko, you sweet boy. You sweet little fluff dog. I love how every time I compliment this dog, he, you know, has Zeus up, but then he's like, whoop, curls him back. I don't know why, but he always does that. So cute. I was asking you before if you think that door thing with Sukov is another cat behavior he picked up since cats like open doors. I mean, I saw it earlier. I don't know if you were here or not when I answered it, but I mean, honestly, I don't know if that's the case because it wouldn't be antithetical because he likes to close the doors. There's been a few times where I'll like come home on a lunch break and not see him in the kitchen or anything like that and be like, where the fuck did he go? Just to realize that he locked himself in the bathroom at the other opposite end of the house. And I'll be like, oh, there he is. I'll be like, oh, that's where he is. He's just hanging out in there. I think my internet dipped for a sec. Yeah, I figured. I mean, so no worries. I mean, it's not a big deal. But I mean, for him, and I think it's kind of the opposite because, like, I mean, he literally, when he's in the laundry room, he'll literally, go in between the wall and the door, pop his nose through and close it, and then, whoop, and just kind of curl himself up, right next to the corner of the door and the wall and just plop there. And thus closes the door on himself. So, I mean, if it's the case, maybe it's, he's picked it up, but took in the opposite approach with it. I don't know. He certainly has got like a little bit of a weird behavior around it. Maybe it's like kind of like that, to us, when it came to hiding in caves, and shit like that with the early nomadic tribes peoples and shit. Maybe it's like some subconscious thing that's kind of stuck around a little bit. And for, wolves and, ancient wolves and shit, I'm sure canines back then, when it came to their packs, if they could, they would find a cave that wasn't unoccupied and, have the pack sleep in there and shit. Nice, dark, secluded area where it's safe, and all that shit. And they're in a spot they trust because they have all their scent right there. The familiar is around them. Even if maybe not all of them are there, at least, the scent is still there to where they know it's a safe spot. So maybe that's where it comes from, Because, humans and dogs have been with each other for 100,000 something years when it comes to our symbiotic relationship between the two species. So, I have a book on this about the genealogy about in history of dogs and humans and shit, because there are different scientists that specifically study that type of shit, because there obviously is. And there's evidence that humans and early hominids and canines have been with each other for even honestly longer than cats. So maybe honestly, in a weird way, do you think maybe cats probably picked up on certain shit from humans that might have picked up things from dogs and stuff that they have picked up? Maybe it's the other way around. But, a lot of cats are pretty smart, like Bandit, right? And some cats are just loofs and just just kind of dumb or chaotic or whatever, like Corn Pop, with TJ's cat, for DFF and shit, right? You get some cat, because every animal has different personalities. Zukov's personality versus other dogs are completely different, and a lot of other dogs have different personalities. Same with cats, same with a lot of other animals. It's there's outside of different variables of their neurology, as the animal that they are. The root of it all ain't that much fucking different, to be honest. Cats do that shit too, though I've heard stories of cats getting themselves trapped in rooms for hours. Yeah, Bandit would do that sometimes, and there's been a few times he's trapped himself in the house a little bit where he wants to be outside, and he'll literally, paw at my door and go, meow, meow, start doing that outside of my door just so he could go inside my room and go let himself outside, to go explore shit. So I think there is a certain thing to it. In a short period of time that Zukov and Bandit were with each other, I think, that's kind of where it comes from a little bit, maybe. I don't know. I kind of wish that we had a better understanding of understanding animal psychology in that way. Because I think that'd be pretty fucking cool to, understand, what animals think a little bit, Whether they're cats, dogs, or any other animal, to be fucking frank with you. That'd be so cool. Because imagine, in the movie Up, where that golden retriever has, that little voice collar thing. It's dude, imagine if we had little collars like that for our dogs. That'd be so cool, bro. it would be so easier to communicate with my dog. And honestly, I think, you know, that symbiotic like bond between human and dog, like man's best friend kind of thing, would be like even stronger a little bit and shit. Because then we could find, you know, understand a little bit. And what if we honestly almost ascend their species because of it, though? Like some Rick and Morty shit where you have like the dogs, you know, that rise up and have the mech suits because like you have taken my testicles. Shame on you, man. Because now I'm gonna rise against you. At least I know Zukov won't care about that because I didn't do that to him. So I'm safe. But yeah, some shit to think about, dude. Yeah, some people have thought about this type of shit long term and incorporating it into entertainment and media, but you know, in long term, though, what if it happens? What if we're able to have that symbiotic relationship a little bit? There's, you know, some elements where it's positive and some where it might be negative. Nature's already rising up as it is. You think these, you know, canines aren't going to do the same? Let us know. Especially if they can understand us. Especially if we could get that established. Ooh, that'd be crazy. Because then eventually they'll figure it out. Given enough generations of dogs, they'll start figuring that shit out. Might be a web that we, you know, might be, you know, one of those like, you know, genes we probably want to keep in the bottle. If you haven't, go off a minute, watch them fucking find shit. Wait, what? Link to it. Actually, both videos are linked to on Insta. Have you seen the Insta video of the Century of the Bird? Not yet. I mean, man, I don't know how it'll work if I do that. I mean, man, it's, you know, I hate how kind of honestly that we can't just do screenshot because it'd just be so much simpler. It'd just be so simpler. So fucking simpler. Because I know, like, honestly, it'd probably just be easy for me to bump off for a minute. I can wait. I know, but it's always honestly, weirdly enough, kind of a gamble occasionally when it comes to shit. You know, do I have a notification for it? Because that honestly makes it easier. Yeah, let's see. Oh, fuck. But here, if you, honestly, if you don't even necessarily have to send a link, but if you just like send me some random shit on Discord, I will have a notification for it. So, if you share it to me there at least, then I can at least, you know, get the link. You know, well, I guess I might have to share a link then. But if you at least send it to me on Discord, then I can at least pop over there, and it shouldn't be a big deal. I just get nervous sometimes when it comes to doing these things directly on YouTube. Because, I mean, it's always a curveball occasionally with this shit. It's kind of annoying. Because I don't want it to be, but it just kind of is occasionally. Fuck me. Fucking kind of like, boo. I want here on before I. Alright, see the notification, but here, hold on, let me do this really quick first. There we go. Cool. I have to unscrew this fun piece of shit. At least it fell on the tray. Ooh, nice. That's a nice fat little hole. There we go. There we go. All right, let me load this up really quick. Actually, you know what? Actually, it'll be a good idea for me to just like click the link real quick and then load that up in the process. So, actually, all right. He gave me one more. Excellent. The burb itself, like, was ridiculous, redonkulous. But then the cop, you know, flexing with the police, being like, "Ooh, I can flex out of this type of shit." That was some slick shit and beautiful as fuck. Oh, there it is. I was like, where the fuck is the music? Well, my tune's back. But during that time, I did not take the time. Which is funny, that fucking bird, man. I mean, I think what was funny was the bird, but what was more clever was the cop, being retarded and not understanding that, like, oh shit, like, this guy, I just passed by the suspect, and I didn't even realize it because I'm too much of a pig to understand this shit. Love that oh shit and squeak. I know, dude. Dude, it was that one was fucking just, dude, I was bawling my ass off on that one. What's the food, doggo? What's the food? Oh, yeah, sweet. Little pop, pop, pop. Food's getting a little pop, pop, pop. Who's a little pop, pop, pop. Who's a sweet little pop, pop, pop. That is happy, a sweet little pop. That is being a loud pop, pop. Don't be a loud pop, pop. Pop, 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 pop. Michael fucking drunk out of his mind, dude. Oh, no, dude.
He wanted to come play pool. I told him, I'm not going to play pool. I was telling him, this is what I told him. Me, Marcus, and Marcus's friend, we were all going to go play pool and play twos. He's like, I want to go play pool. And I'm like, that's not what, you're not listening.
You're not coming. We're all going. You're not.
But no, like, that's not happening because Marcus, I'm trying to explain to him, Marcus is on a date with a girl now and ditched us all. So I'm just going to go to Andrew's and just hang out and talk about the day. You stay the fuck here. You know? He don't even like your house. He always complains, like, oh, you're going to get sick when you go over there. Now he's basically feels left out because he's been left out all day. And now
whatever, dude.
He doesn't believe I'm at your house. He believes I went to Wichita. He's like, I'll see you in a little bit. I'm going to go down there and fuck with you.
Oh, is he actually, what, is he really thinking he's going to go down there right now?
Yeah. He has a broken rib. He's going to
dude, we can, there's a few other places we could go play ball if we really want.
I don't want to go there.
I know. I wasn't going to go there. I said, there's other places.
Yeah, but I wasn't going to go to Wichita. I was just going to come over, drink a beer, and then go home.
Yeah.
That's all my plan was. Like, I literally told him what I was going to do. Then he tried to tell, I'm the one who told him, dude, I can see in your eyes how fucked up you are. You are fucking like this, like fucking destroyed drunk. I can see it in your eyeballs.
He probably
taking rocks.
I mean, honestly, considering that we were gone all day, he took advantage of that. He probably was out and about, bumming drinks and finding ways to get drunk and got fucked up.
Fucked up, dude. He is so fucked up.
I mean, dude, when I came back home today, too, dude, there was like some crap shit on my pops earlier. I didn't even mention this about stream and stuff because I kind of prolonged to postpone even doing it just because, like, because the car went started and he was trying to find, like, the battery charger for the car. It was kind of like a whole fucking thing. I was like, bro.
I told him I'd take a picture and show you. Yeah, there you go.
No, hold on. No.
I got the fingers.
Oh, no, don't send him that. No, hold on. No, do it this way. It's the middle fingers with the hearts. Okay, there we go.
That's good. Way better idea.
Yeah, because you won't notice it necessarily.
No, and I said hearts.
There we go.
Like, you can't be mad, asshole.
I know, especially when I'm being
killing you with kindness.
I know,
killing you with kindness. You're trying to instigate some shit. Not gonna work.
Not
gonna work.
I
had a really good day until Stephon kind of at the end got all like a little edgy with the like.
What happened with that?
With the cleanup.
Oh, cleanup.
He was like, you gotta get everything just in order.
At the end of the night. Yeah. Well, I mean, we were kind of a little fucking off there for a minute. I mean, I was partly to blame for it for sure too, because I was just kind of sitting there and being like, oh.
I don't know what he wants. It's his equipment. All my equipment.
I mean, that's true. Like, I mean, he could.
I'm not doing any of the shit.
It was what you said there was kind of a weird foreshadow of what you were saying at the very beginning of our little trip, because they're like, hey, I think we all contributed a little bit to kind of like being late today, but we're gonna make it a good day. I think same thing there. A little bit.
It was still overall a good day.
Good day, yeah. I mean, I'm not really bitching about it.
Stephon got food, came back. We worked on Michael's car. Michael's car is fucked.
Oh my god.
She's got a lot of electrical issues. And there's one more that he can't fully diagnose because it's too dark to really do. And
Right, yeah, it's too late at night, basically.
it's just not. And so Stefan's gonna write down a list of shit for me, and then I'm gonna have a mobile mechanic come through. Because Stefan's like, I'm not gonna come back here for a few weeks to do this. Like, I'm kind of over here. Like, I'll help out, but like, I'm not coming back for a while to fix it work.
Yeah, understandably.
No, I was like, dude, you've helped more than you have to. Like, you've been awesome as
for real.
Dude.
Yeah,
my best friends. Thank you for helping. Like,
seriously, I mean, he's always been a really outstanding, great person when it comes to a lot of that shit. Yeah. So he's already done more than enough, you know.
No, he didn't even have to come tonight and help. So
yeah,
you know, that's probably what I'll end up doing is just having a mobile mechanic come and try and diagnose based on what Stefan has already diagnosed, and then. If they can't figure it out in like an hour or so, I'll just say, yeah, here's $100 for your time. Leave. I'm going to junk the car. You know what I mean? Because the car, what I figure is my mom gave me $250 to contribute to fixing the car. But Stefan's telling me it's premium mechanic work. If you take it to a shop, there's like $100 an hour. If they don't know what they're doing, they might take 3, 4, 5 hours.
And also a lot of, depending on the automotive shop, they might prolong it. Yeah, they might prolong it just so they can get more money out of it.
Exactly.
I know it's unfortunate, but there is some shit that happens sometimes.
I could just take that $250, use $100, you know, of it to diagnose it. If it's like not something they can do quickly, the mobile mechanic, then I'll just junk the car. Me and Mike, I already told them what the plan is. We'll junk the car. Take the rest of the 150 or how much money I was going to throw at that car too, plus the 150 mom has, and then take the money from Pick and Pull for the car, and then just get another cheap car. You know what I mean? Like, don't even have to be $1,000. Like $800, you can find a car. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of the plan at this point. Like, what are you doing?
Oh, Rose is saying, can you make a heart-shaped with your hands either the other way? Make a diamond with your touching your index fingers and middle fingers with each hand together, and then bend your index fingers, which I did.
So I told Michael how fucked up he looked. Yeah. And I kept mentioning, like, you sound like he called me and Marcus on the way drive back from the.
Oh, really?
He was, how you did that? Happy drunk shit. But still, like, Marcus and me are like,
oh no, the red flags already were there, and you're like, oh no.
Marcus can tell.
Yeah,
you know, it's not just me.
I would be able to tell. I mean, I know him, and plus, our family,
brother, dad. I mean,
well, he's in there right now. He already had a little bit of freak out tonight too, apparently. So,
well, anyway, so fucking, I keep like passing by him, you know, while I'm getting tools and stuff for Stefan, and he's just. Oh my! Fucking shredded, dude. Fucking.
If it's going to the witch too, like, I mean, he's probably gonna sink other people's drinks too as well. Because
he doesn't do that. He's not that kind of guy.
I don't.
He's more like.
Are you sure? Because I feel like remember when he got arrested and shit that one night. I thought like my drinks were a little shorter than usual.
That's different than like that's because you're like family. You know what I'm saying? Like.
I just have a feeling that I think
close, so he can take from people who are close. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's
why he's trying. His mindset is.
I want to be friendly with you, so I can take advantage eventually, but I don't want to do it.
Adopt me. I'm a little 6-year-old. Adopt me into your family.
So I could be a leech off.
Be my dad.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like he could be a leech off eventually. You know, because then be like, oh, you will take care of me.
Yeah, he don't steal drinks. No, really. Like, that's not his main. He'll just steal drinks from a store. That's his go-to.
I'm sure he did that earlier that night for sure. But there's a suspicion for me where I think he was also
earthquakes. You know.
Yeah. I see people like that, you know, who are kind of regulars that will walk out or run away with different shit, and yeah, I mean, you know, ain't no different.
So I'm about to leave, and I'm just like, dude, you look fucking faded. Still eating food though,
which is that looks good.
Yeah, he's cooking himself.
Because I know he's bad about eating food, so that's good at least. That's good.
Him drinking and not eating is like.
Really bad. But if he's eating food, that's good because he might be able to get in a food coma and just pass out. Because I've done that myself. You know?
I feel like he drank more. Somehow he has some more shit to drink at the house. And because he's now like angry drunk. He saw that he was trying to antagonize me because I left his ass behind, basically.
From what you're saying,
I don't want to be around him right now, so I left.
Because he's kind of a bad vibe.
I was planning on hanging with you afterwards, after the Stefan stuff. That was already the plan.
Yeah.
So he's taking it way too personal. And because he wants to have a reason to freak out.
Because he, like you said from earlier, he felt left out from all this other shit. And it's like, yeah, and he wants to make it a major personal problem instead of being like, dude. You can't
go rafting with a rib. I don't think his rib's that bad. I really don't think
I'm pretty sure he might have, got a sprained muscle or something or some shit, but nah, dude. Yeah, I don't. Because, I mean, dude, the last time, when I saw him when we were playing pool, dude, if he had a cracked rib or a broken rib bone,
let's go.
I know, yeah, he was kind of amped up before.
And he was being a dick, bro. Like low key,
a little bit. Yeah, I felt that.
It wasn't fun. Like he was just being like, condescending. Like, oh, I'm better than you, and you're not playing good. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and he was being, and also when I'm like, let's see what second place, and he would be like, oh, we're just racking it up now, and I'm like, well, I was gonna see who's gonna take this last.
Then he wants to condescend on our way we do it, like, yeah, dude, we want to play for seconds, like that's friends. It's not about who wins. It's about the game.
It's just casual. It's casual play.
There's more game to be played, so let's play the rest of the game. It's that simple. Right?
Yeah. Maybe if it's like a league thing, that's one thing. But if it's just casual, homies, and the boys just playing, then who gives a fuck? Like, that shouldn't be a big deal.
Mm-mm.
Unless it's like the last 2 minutes of the fucking bar. But most of the time, it's like the last 15 or 10 minutes that we're doing that type of shit.
He didn't respond after we sent that because he can't.
He knows.
There's nothing he can. There's nothing to.
How much I want to bet he was halfway to the witch shot, and now he saw that and he was like, damn it, now I can't really go there and fuck with them.
Yeah. He believed that's how drunk he is. I tell him what I'm going to do, that I'm not going to Wichita, and he doesn't believe me.
And honestly, the last few times until, that night where I was on the phone with him when he got detained and the night before, then tonight, it's like, dude, I was kind of thinking, he's kind of getting him, a leg up back again. But, or at least for once in his life, at least at a minimal, but no.
A week later, he's back to the shit again.
Fuck, man. I mean, when it comes to the repeated pattern,
he didn't do anything. I did everything for him the past week.
Yeah.
You know that? He hasn't done anything.
And honestly, if anything, you're kind of making it a detriment for your own roommates in a sense, almost, to let him be around to give him a leg up. And he still is jeopardizing it.
I already let everybody know.
It's on him.
He's got a few months left because we're going to move out and that's it.
Yeah, it seems like honestly for a lot of us, most of us are having a new chapters coming up here pretty soon.
My backup plan is if he doesn't have a plan because he's fucked off his time, I will buy a $400 roll up trailer where you wind it up and it's an A-frame like that.
Oh yeah, I know. And
I'm just gonna slam his ass in there and just park it somewhere and that's where he'll be.
I mean, honestly, that might be the best case scenario for him, especially if it's somewhere that's kind of obscure, where he ain't going to be a problem or a nuisance or have people that are going to be questionable that he's going to hang around with.
At least get through the winter because you can propane hook up and then heat that place and he won't die in the winter. So
or electric heat or something. I mean, he's got opportunity. He's got at least at that point. It's like quiet homelessness kind of thing, where at least you have a roof over your head, but you're still kind of houseless, but at least you got something going on. It ain't stable, but it's something.
It's stable if you just walk to work and do your job like normal people do. If you get a fucking job, it's not that bad.
I get you with that. But you know what? I mean, at the end of the day, though, we still had a fucking good day. I mean, and
the end for my day was pretty shit. That's why I came over here
but hey, it's still gonna be good though because
I need to fucking commit suicide because the car stuff, and I'm like, dude. I've got a plan, but I'm not gonna talk to you about it right now. I'm not gonna deal with this stuff right now because
I know
you don't even know what's happening with the car. And you're already pulling the trigger on shit.
I know. I was kind of hearing that a little bit tonight. I was on my, I was calling, talking to my mom a little bit, before I even started my stream and stuff because. I got freaked the fuck out a little bit because, the car wouldn't start.
I was surprised that you weren't getting on the.
Yeah, because you
know me. Stream later, and I was like, because I checked. I was like,
yeah,
and you weren't streaming.
Yeah, because I was even, on our
So
way
you
back
must have
home,
been
I was
busy with some shit. I was like, I thought maybe he was taking a long shower or maybe took Duke off for a walk or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, because I was gonna at least, stop by, Safeway or grab some food and stuff, which, I did, but I also looked at my friends, so I had my coworker kind of hook me up a little bit, some stuff. But I mean, it's like when I came back home, my problems was like going on a full fucking meltdown, and like was kind of like throwing shit around, like kind of tearing the garage up a little bit, kind of stuff. And then he left to try to get some food, and then came back home, and then he's been in there ever since. And some of the few things I was able to hear was like some dark, like
dark shit, huh?
Yeah, I'm just like, whoa, he's not,
I feel bad for him, but
yeah, and
not
like, which look, I've had my criticism, but it's like, man,
too many problems, man. I'm not.
I know, I get it, yeah, and it's same for me, but it's like, man.
Kind of like that Dawson shit the other night. It's like, not my problem. Like,
yeah, I mean, because he's my pops. It's like, yeah, I mean, there's like an extra of us. Like, I mean, look, I got my criticisms stuff, especially politically, but that's secondary at the end of the day anyway. But it's like, cause he's still my dad. But like, fuck, it's like, I mean, there's some shit I was hearing earlier now. I was like, well, I haven't heard some of the shit they said forever. Frank comes like, yeah, it's at least in a long time. It's like, man. Look, I mean,
I hope it works out.
Yeah, seriously, because like I just want the best for him too, And honestly, I'm the main breadwinner at the end of the day right now when it comes to this fucking place. So it's like, I want to at least do what I can for him too a little bit. I mean, I got a reason why I'm still sticking around at least a little bit around here.
I mean, Michael's on pretty thin ice, like as it is. He can't really fuck up too much more. Marcus is really fed up. Harley's just gone.
He's just doing his own thing, basically. He's just kind of there, to pay the rent and just do his own thing.
He's in his own world in the garage. Like, he don't come in, he don't talk to no one.
It's kind of unfortunate because honestly, I mean, until we kind of started like getting back into our routine of hanging out and doing this type of shit, like I always assumed that like you, Marcouche, Harley were all kind of like at least somewhat.
I mean, I come in and talk to him. I'm the one though. I have to engage it. Like, I'll come in the garage and talk to him. He's not gonna like come in the house and like come up to my door like, "Hey, what's up, bro?" Like, he's not gonna do that. He's not gonna do that.
Yeah, which
I'm the one that has to engage that stuff. He just all he wants to do, Harley, is sleep and
grind. And also, I know when it comes to a lot of the shit, especially when he used to do warehouse work, when he used to do that, like I know he fucking would be worn out and just want to sleep. But nowadays, like he's working
like way worse now, way worse.
And yeah, it seems like
because he was working out for a job and then he was biking to work and back. He had more energy.
Yeah,
because he would just like. You know what?
Probably maybe a better pay too to an extent. Maybe.
It's like, you know what? I'm just gonna get on the bike and go down the trail and just do some shit on the trail, just for the fuck of it. He would do shit like that.
I mean, he still does that, but I mean, the frequency,
barely,
the frequency is nowhere near as much.
Like,
so
pretty much all he does is just sleep,
work,
and then
eat,
jerk off.
I mean, yeah,
and then watch cartoons. Like that's his whole life right now, Unless he's got like a show or like an event with the friends he's got planned up, or he's got an appointment with like a friend like Stefan or PJ to fix his car for him,
or hanging out with his mom or some other shit.
Yeah, that happens from time to time.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna disregard that, but
he's not like he has nothing going on, but like when he isn't doing shit, he's just isolated.
His free time is pretty.
Like, much minimal and just isolating himself, which
because him hanging with his mom or with us or like his me time is pretty sad. Let's say that me time, Harley's me time.
Because I mean, there's value to having your me time, but when it's almost kind of like a weird escapism to just like
just escaping life.
Regardless of even if like the things are in your life that are positive and stuff, like hanging out with your mama, or
and it's like not because of Michael. He's been doing this the whole time.
Oh yeah, I mean
with everyone.
Yeah, it's not like he's unaware about his fucking bullshit,
Yeah, I know. And when he was he had his own room, he was doing the same thing. He would stay in the room a lot, and he wouldn't come out and hang that much. But there's still more interaction. Like I don't knock on the door and be
I think maybe there's like something that's kind of like maybe he's maybe like, kind of struggling with in a sense, and maybe about
he definitely
branching out.
He definitely has some depression. I know that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely struggle with it too. I mean,
he's had worse the past year or so for sure. It's definitely been worse, I would say.
Because I know he's been struggling a lot when it comes to work
stuff too.
He's told me about that too. There's been times he'll come by and be like, yeah, the very few times he will, I think, go out.
I'll be sad. I'm like, man, I'm sorry that you took this long to even open up to me about it. Like, you can always talk to me.
Same as me. Like, he'll come by and be like, yeah, the last week or so I've been feeling this way. It's like, why weren't you coming over to me? Like,
I'm like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, it's like, why are you now just opening up about stuff? Like, because
I hadn't asked,
and also
how it was doing. He would have never told me.
Yeah, and also in hindsight for myself, like, I kind of feel bad when maybe on like the group chat or maybe directly do, friends or some shit, or I just have like whatever the fuck. Like, I kind of feel bad in hindsight, especially how I might react to my own bullshit. But it's like, I try to at least mature myself and realize, look, I fucked up and that was, a problem there.
Yeah,
but
you usually reach out pretty hard and quick, like.
Yeah, because it's not like
explosive with the it's totally different than Harley. Harley's like a quiet,
and almost like kind of like you have to kind of notice it to really reach out. But like I noticed
that loves quoting this, and it's like I don't know, it's like a pretty high. I don't know, it's like founding father type famous person. Like, it's one of those high up people, and he says that most people live quiet lives of silent desperation.
I think that's honestly more true than ever, sadly.
It's pretty true. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean,
said that, and it was 100, 200 years ago they said it. Like,
they were probably the most profound motherfucker at that time, if they, honestly.
It's more true today than it was then, if you ask me. So,
especially if loneliness among society and depression, social anxiety, etc. Like, this will, even with people who are
from work, Jerry, he opened up to me and he's like, because I told him, like, everybody has good things to say about you at work. Nobody ever says anything bad about you. Like, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to get whatever transfer you're looking for.
Yeah.
Because the bosses like you, the coworkers like you, the other drivers like you. Everybody likes Jerry, And then, what Jerry told me? He's like, really? I can't believe that. No one's talking shit about me? Because he's got, like, social anxiety to where it's like paranoia. He thinks people don't like him. Like, he thinks people don't like him, that he's, like, a bad guy or something. It's like the complete he's, like, a fucking great dude.
Yeah.
Very, very timid. Very timid.
But there's like a charm to it where people can recognize,
of him being an asshole.
Yeah.
Like, he has no.
It's kind of how I am. I might be a little timid initially, but
you've got bark and a little bite. He has
a little bark and bite. Yeah.
He has none.
When pushed to shove.
This guy has none. He has zero. Like, he is one of the most timid guys. That I honestly, like. That's why I feel like I'd like to be his friend, because I know he's safe.
Yeah.
Like Dawson, he's like.
There's a little passive aggressive about different shit.
There,
yeah.
Like. Jerry's got kind of like this half permafried shit going on. Like, he really
half permafried. What the
fuck? He likes psychedelics a lot. He does.
Hey,
he doesn't like
right
drugs.
on.
He doesn't like drugs. He likes psychedelic drugs. He likes raves. He likes stuff like that.
That's right on. Hey,
like, I asked him to come rafting last week when we were going to go Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
He said he wanted to come, but he already had plans where he was going to every first Tuesday of the month. They have this. Drunken drawing.
Drunken drawing?
Yeah, they all get.
That actually kind of sounds a little cool, actually.
People get together and they get drunk and draw on shit.
That actually sounds pretty fucking cool.
Like, dude. I'll do that one of these days with you. I told him that.
I'm
definitely going drafting that day instead,
Well,
like,
for sure. But, dude, honestly, that sounds kind of cool. So if you ever heard
people.
Yeah, for me too, like, honestly. So if you ever, work out a time for that, dude, hit me up.
We have Tuesdays off, so
I always have to, whether Tuesday, Wednesday, or Monday or Tuesday, yeah.
First Tuesday of October, we'll go.
Yeah, let's do it. Honestly.
I'll text Jerry, like, I got a friend who wants to come too.
Oh, yeah, dude, I bet.
I think you'd really like him. He's like Mexican, but more of like a Native American.
Mestizo,
very like
Mayan mestizo kind of.
More like native, like North American, if you ask me. Like, he's got the skin complexion of Mexican, but he's got really
features of northern indigenous.
Thin, almond-shaped face, pointy chin, like hooked nose, like very Northern American native. Like, there's Navajo and they're more round.
Yeah,
but a lot of that's because people don't know this. The Navajo immigrated 500 years ago to their lands they have now from the Inuit parts of Canada.
Yeah, they went south.
They
went, they migrated down south and stuff, and established their stuff in the southwest.
They can show the cultural stuff originated up there.
The etymology and the etymology and stuff like that. And archaeology. Yeah.
We don't know why. They just said, we're going south now. We're done being up here.
Probably just due to maybe they were competed out of the lands there. My guess, maybe they were competed out of the lands.
I like Latinos, but like Asians, I got a thing for them, And there's a girl that I'd still talk to from middle school that I met in Utah when I was in middle school, and we always were like friendly, And she lives in like Seattle area now, so I've been like thinking about going and seeing her one of these days,
Yeah, I got multiple friends up in Seattle that I want to hang out with.
Little bit of a sexual.
Maybe we can have like a whole like.
Back and forth, a little bit of a sexual romantic issue, but like definitely friends for sure.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, she looks very Asian because it makes sense. The Navajo are more of like a Canadian.
Because the etymology comes from like the Indo-Euro, because of the migration of the land bridge, 10,000 plus,
Asian-like than a lot.
Probably honestly older than 10,000 years ago too, from what people theorize.
You go down to like Oregon, and suddenly it's like a giant mix of cultures. Like they can prove it through the language.
Well, because the war, like on the Columbia, a lot of the falls, like basically major gatherings.
Just especially on the Oregon coast, actually, the tribes around there, their languages are so different. They had to have come from way different places.
I mean, if you think about it makes sense because Polynesians, and the nomadic times back then, we're traveling and shit all of these islands.
You go to
it makes sense of it in the West Coast.
I don't know if you noticed, but there's a lot of little small lakes in southern Oregon, like little lakes. Yeah. But they used to be big. They've like gotten smaller over time, and they used to be really big.
Yeah, due to different geographic
they have
variances.
These, kind of like Paiute. You ever heard of Paiute?
I've heard of it. I don't know where it is, but I know about it.
Paiute Indians are kind of like a group of Indians that are kind of like, they're not one tribe. They're like many tribes, like a confederacy. A lot of different indigenous people tend to be like a border confederacy. They have their own tribal names, but they're all grouped into Paiute, and they're kind of like
same with like the Lakota Sioux. Like there's a lot,
but they're kind of like the Great Basin area is where they occupy, and then these guys, they're like culturally similar to them but different because they're just outside of the Great Basin on the southern Oregon part, and it's like closer to the coast. And so there's these lakes and stuff, and they have these reed boats that they use on the lakes, and they build their homes on the lakes. They actually like build like little mini islands in the lakes and like live on the middle of the lake.
Well, I know like I think it was the Aztecs. Like, I mean, how they first
completely.
Yeah, they had, dude, yeah. Like, this ain't a lake, this is a city now. Yeah, they went like full. Yeah, so, dude, these indigenous people were fucking smart as fuck given their circumstances, honestly.
They didn't have the technology, too.
Dude, the Inca, when
they had to have other technology we don't know.
I know. Well,
certain things.
Also, they just had a different understanding of mathematics too, to a certain extent. I mean, think about the Inca, like because they would just like
the Inca was something else for sure.
I know. Yeah, when it came to our architecture and infrastructure,
because of the knots.
Knots and like beads and stuff. They used that as like their language and shit.
That was a written
because stones or shit like that. That was way too heavy to carry. In those mountains. Yeah,
it wasn't like a book.
Yeah,
like a novel.
It was like,
but it said things like that were business-like.
Yeah,
like this amount of cows.
And it's honestly kind of there's still it's kind of there's only a few people that know about like how to actually decipher that, because it's like it was so hard to like find any remnants of shit like that, because like and it makes me think
my point is I'm going on a major tangent.
I know, I saw my bad.
Jerry is Native American, I swear to God. He is not like typical Mexican. Like there's just no way.
Probably is. I mean, honestly, a lot of
long ass hair.
I mean, especially
like long fucking.
I mean, a lot of Latino folks that that at least are native in a ways. They definitely are mixing, whether Central, Southern, or Northern American. I mean, and I love those type of folks because like the diversity of the culture and their background, their families.
My point is, a lot of North American Indians that are more have been here for thousands of years in this part of the
tens of thousands, even
been here in this part of the region, like Navajos weren't. They're a transplant. They're a little different. They won't move south down to where we're at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas his tribal people are more of that classic North Americans.
Like they came from an older background, kind of.
You see the pictures of these chiefs, you know, that were their family were being taken advantage of by the U.S. government's expansion.
From manifest destiny and colonialism.
You've seen the pictures, like the almond head.
And also, I've seen the before and after pictures of like, you know, colonialization for some of these people too.
Very pointy.
Yeah.
Very pointy cheekbones.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Very pointy. He has all kinds of pointiness to him.
Point.
Very pointy guy.
I got an FA history school for fantastic. Oh,
that's actually a badass shirt you got there. The Oregon Trail video game.
Actually, you know that
the modern Oregon Trail.
Oh, you know the that little like Kim's Market right next to Duffy's in downtown. Yeah. That you know that old store that used to be there back in high school. Well, it's called the store in Milwaukee.
I got a fucking scab up right here. So.
Oh, I know what you mean. Oh no, I hate that shit. I know what you mean. Yeah. But yeah, now it's called Store Milwaukee, and they actually sell these shirts over there. I don't know if they still do have
the blue store.
Well, it's right next to the
more downtown by the where they had the Chinese people with the market.
Oh, no, they're Koreans. I actually know. I actually kind of know them a little bit.
Korean, but you know the Asian. Yeah. They have that business right down by the bus station, and they have like.
Yeah, and that's the spot I'm talking about.
Burritos and like shit like that.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Exactly. So, yep, that spot.
I think I know what store. The one adjacent to that is the Milwaukee store that you're talking about. Made in Milwaukee. Yep. Yeah, I've been there. I didn't know they had that shirt there.
That's where I bought it.
I've been in there before, and every time I'm like, damn, I need like $200.
I know, right, dude? Because that store's legit. When the few times I've been in there, I'm like, man, if I had more money, I would buy some more shit. Because I bought a few stickers. You know, like I bought, at least
a cool store.
Yeah, a shirt or two.
It's still there, honestly.
I think it's because it's a semi-tourist thing, because they have the Milwaukee kind of thing going on. So if a tourist happens to come by over here, if they're visiting Portland because of TriMet and shit like that with the Max, I think it's a great spot for a tourist to be like, oh, I visited this spot, because they also have the soda fountain place because Kennedy used to visit there.
Downtown Milwaukee, it has some appeal.
It does, yeah. And there's also, if you look for it, there's rich history in this town too.
There's Kellogg Creek, goes right into the river, into the bay. It's got a bay. Like, that's a picturesque spot right there.
Oh, it is. You know? Yep.
It's a good little walk. That downtown Milwaukee, you can walk that and just be like, wow.
Yeah, you can literally walk the entire downtown for like an hour and find all sorts of crazy shit. Awesome stuff.
You think that's just the town. It's just that.
Yeah, dude. I mean, for real.
The rest of it's not Milwaukee. You wouldn't think that, but it is. But they're like, they would think just that.
Yeah, for tourists, though, they would think that. But that's okay. It brings us money in this fucking city, so I'm okay with that. I love it.
Library.
I love it when people visit this place. Pietro's, Grandma's Corner, shit, to all these fucking little businesses.
They got Dark Horse Comics.
Dark Horse Comics. Dude, yeah, people know about that shit. Yeah, exactly.
The Chocolate downtown.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
They have a lot of little.
And on Friday and Saturdays, Duffy's. Yeah, I've heard people who've been from out of the state be like, "I'm just visiting and I just want to be in this neck of the woods because I have a hotel in Portland and dude, this place is fucking cool." Blah 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 blah. I met people like that. I'm like, dude, please come back.
Here too. That's the back.
That's why they came down here. It's like I just took the Max because it was just like easy travel, and I'm gonna take the last one out here. But dude, this place is fucking lit. I'm like, dude, if you ever come back to Portland, please come back because
I do love Milwaukee. I do love
because I mean, there's a little niche around here a little bit, and some people come out here just to be curious, and there's a little like kind of close family, like neighborhood-esque kind of thing about this place, where you and I love about it, and that's what I love to express that to people and shit. I mean, especially if they're maybe in North Portland and stuff. I met people from Portland that are like the opposite side of the city and be like, I'm gonna have to come back in this neck of the woods more often and stuff like that. I mean, like, because there's this guy nicknamed.
He's bringing the girl over now.
I know what's happening now.
Now I told him. Andrew just told me this day got wet in more than one way.
Dude, he's gonna. Dude, I bet he's gonna fucking. Oh, dude, he's gonna say that.
He's gonna.
Dude, he's good. Dude, he's gonna use that. Dude, he's gonna steal that from me.
This is probably his last summer fuck.
Oh, I bet it is,
Because
dude.
remember how sad he was about like, oh, no one wants to fuck me in the fall.
Dude, there was a little moment about that. Yeah,
like,
I remember the last
my
few
friends
times.
don't want to hang anymore. Like, I only have fun in the summer. Like, I'm just like, bitch, we'll go camping.
Yeah, no shit.
You heard me. I was like, we got shit we can do. You just
Yeah.
can't be a pussy, and you got to get the right equipment. You got to wear the right shoes. You got to have the extra.
And also,
clothing.
just like, you know, fucking go with the flow, ride the wet waves. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like, yeah, just
don't be like, you know, no offense to Stefan, but sometimes Stefan is like,
wait,
no, this is the plan.
I'm
no
technical. I am super technical.
No spontaneous shit. Like, no spontaneous shit.
Yeah,
like,
dude, he was kind of bringing up that, like, oh, well, if we didn't call me on, you know, before the highway exit, but like, he was mentioning that a few times. So
he would have just keep going.
I think so, because he would have.
We made the right choice, dude. We didn't even get. It was nighttime. We got out like 8:30, and we.
Oh yeah, honestly, all in all, I mean,
car
still
would have been towed.
Oh yeah,
100%.
I mean, no, but either way, it's like, I mean, all in all, I mean, despite the spontaneous nature of it all, you know, I mean, and maybe the little minor stresses here and there, it was still a fucking epic night.
With him and his friend Roski.
Roski?
Yeah, we went to the ocean in Cannon Beach.
Mm-hmm.
It was a kite festival.
Oh, I love the kite festival. I know what you're talking about.
He had like a panic attack of anger, Stefan. Like, he lost his shit.
What the fuck?
Because he couldn't find a park. He had like, I'm not gonna like, Stefan's the smartest guy I know, but like on some social
certain things. Oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
He's got like,
he might be undiagnosed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to assume his diagnosis on that, but
pops out and it's like, holy shit, this guy.
He's a hyper technical kind of guy, and I'm the same way a little bit. So that's
why. He could not find a park, and it was mostly because he was getting freaked out. He wasn't looking the right way. Like, I found us a park. I was like, I had to get mad. I had to get mad back at him.
And be like, yo, I'm asserting.
We drove all this way.
I'm asserting my authority on how we're getting to this fucking place.
He was going to drive back to Portland.
Oh, he was going to be like, fuck this shit. I'm out of here.
That's how.
And he was already at the coast. Yeah. No. Even for me, I would be like, no. We're here. We're going to find a spot, motherfucker. No. Even for me, dude. Oh, hell no.
I had to, like, assert my, like, I'm angry now.
I would have been angry, too, a little bit.
You don't have the wherewithal to find a park. I will tell you where to go and find a park. And then we did. We found a park.
Even if we have to, like, you know, make a 10 to 15.
You need to go back that way. And that range, and you need to like just left, and there they is.
In worst case scenario, if it's like a 10 or 15 minute walk to the beach, who gives a shit? I mean, whatever.
No, we found a decent park, dude.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
I just know.
I'm just saying worst case scenario.
I know the town better. But yeah, I know the place.
I know Cannon Beach. Yeah,
I know the town better, so I just told him where to go. Like, he literally lost his fucking mind.
Oh my god, he probably has not.
I don't think I've ever seen him that angry. Ever.
I don't think him and his family have ever vacationed out on the coast that often, because me and my family would go to either Lincoln City, Cannon Beach, Rockaway every summer for the 4th of July especially. Like, we always go there, so I know the coast.
I know you do, but him and his family, I don't know how much of like beach time they had, because I know that they would go on like a fishing boat on the coast. And they'd be getting all this fish with like family.
Maybe like Astoria, and maybe maybe have some dock kind of shit.
I've never done that.
I want to do that. That'd be cool. I've never done it.
Once a year, get like their whole freezer full of fucking like
fish, crabs, that actually sounds fucking amazing, man. Like, I'd love to be a fucking fisherman like that, low key though. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, man. But yeah, drunk and draw. Next October. Jerry, let's do it.
Do it?
He lives in Milwaukee. He went to Putnam.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why he's transferring to the Milwaukee store over here.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah.
He's transferring over there because he's trying to go to school now. So he needs a job that's closer to home.
So he can at least go to some of the local community colleges around near campus. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially with chances, so it's easy access to go.
He's going to school right now to do two things. He wants to either be tattoo artist.
That'd be cool.
Or both. But the other thing he's looking to do is like art therapy for kids.
That'd be pretty fucking awesome too. That'd be amazing.
That is, but I told him you should try and specialize in the autistic art therapy because the special
a lot of autistic children and neurodivergent children are very autistically minded.
He could get major money for being that special guy.
And our school district has a lot of programs around that too.
He wouldn't have to work in the same school every day. He would probably be rotated around to
the
different
local districts or maybe different districts too.
Probably some middle school shit would happen.
But he'd be paid good money.
Because we had like a speech therapist person who did stuff like that, and she was paid big money. And she only came every Wednesday to our school. I was working in Aloha. I was doing the paraeducator thing. She only came every, I think it was either Wednesday or Thursday, once a week. And she couldn't do every kid. She was a one-on-one type of thing. So she only had so much time. So she would try and get 3 or 4, maybe 5 kids in with her time. To
specialize every week kind of thing.
Bring them into the sensory room, which is like the calming.
And that kind of shows how like bad it came to like the
students
these days.
The West Side has better programs than we do.
That's true too.
Like
that's true.
Beaverton funds their
But even then, we're sadly kind of stretched thing. You know, even with that,
Beaverton's doing a lot better than Milwaukee or Portland.
Bet they are. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised.
They just don't rebuild their schools. We do.
Yeah, we put a lot of our funding rebuilding that in our sports and shit.
Their schools are like from the 60s and 70s and kind of still have asbestos and shit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Dude, our school had like that, but
I don't know about asbestos, more like the roof leaked.
Yeah, and then also on rainy days, the first floor and one corner would drown. And
but they always have a schedule. They already have like a predated schedule to which schools they're going. They're already planning to redo their schools. They don't do that over there. They spend their money in different ways.
Yeah, I'm sure. Different district, different ways.
Jerry, make some money. He could do both and make some money. Tattoos pays.
Oh yeah,
and so does what he's trying to do.
Because not only is it by commission, but those commissioners will tip their artists.
Yep, there you go. And then specialize in the therapy.
Because that's still art. I mean, because if you have to be so neat, and like very fine when it comes to tattooing
is art.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, because a lot of tattoo artists need to be sketch artists too.
He's in school for both. He's like in a legit.
I bet he's gonna be doing really fucking well with shit like that. If he's going to school for it, he's gonna learn a lot of shit where it's gonna be really great for him.
He's in a legit.
He's gonna be probably a really great famous tattoo artist regionally. Maybe. Yeah, honestly,
he's legit in a community college program for like basic classes in art.
Fuck yeah.
Like regular basic core class type stuff and then art classes. And then he's also doing tattoo school. He's doing both.
Nice.
Pretty cool dude, honestly.
I mean, honestly, yeah.
And he's so timid and nice. I just don't see how anyone that isn't an asshole wouldn't want to put his ass on. Like, give him a leg up. If they were,
seriously, I just want to hang out with him just to be the bro,
I think you'd like him a lot.
I already like him, honestly, right now.
But I feel like if he got in a situation where the person that he needed to get like help from or promoted by, and they were like a dick and they like to use people,
be exploitive and abuse. Yeah,
he would get fucking fucked.
Maybe he just needs certain friends to kind of help, give him that confidence.
He don't have that. Like, you don't have that in him. He has no bark, no bite.
Well, I think maybe he just needs certain friends to kind of help give him that bark and bite a little bit. Because honestly, I mean, 4 plus 5 years ago, like I was kind of saying way earlier on stream, like
he didn't even understand his own car. I had to explain his car to him. I'm like, you have a good car. He's like, oh, I thought my car was worthless. Your car.
I don't know what it is.
He's got some really like negative mindset stuff sometimes, like not in like a mean way, but just like almost self-loathing.
Kind of like, oh, well, it's me. Yeah, I mean, because there are some people that will be that way.
Not poor me, like I'm no good. My car's shit. My job is not that good.
I mean, it's
actually, he's come to find out he's making way more tips than I ever did doing day shift. He made $161 on Sunday in cash tips.
Ooh.
They use the online tips.
Plus the online. Oh.
Because this is the first week of Sunday football.
Yeah.
So he got all that money. He makes, and then he told me he got $100 tip from an elementary school.
Wow, that's kind of almost like on the taxpayer dollar a little bit right there. He just got fucking hey man, that's even
what Venom brought it. I'm like, dude, you kind of a piece of shit on that one. Like maybe in other areas you're cool, but like with that one, that's some piece of shit stuff.
Sure, yeah, and that's why at least when that was being brought,
disabled. So was Gabe. Gabe, he was disabled. He'd still get his ass on the bus and go to a job.
Sure, yeah.
He had his.
I mean, that's why I was
appointment.
kind of trying to be a mitigator about that, because, like, I don't
Gabe's
think
family's from-
anyone's inherently wrong, but I
Gabe's
don't think
family's
anyone's
from-
absolutely right
Yeah,
either.
but Gabe's
Because
family are like from buttfuck,
real country kind of shit. Yeah.
literally buttfuck.
Oh,
their own
yeah.
family,
Yeah, I
like
know.
incest shit.
Yeah, I
Like,
remember him. Yeah.
he was smart enough to know I will only get the help I need in the city.
Because of the programs that are available and
Yeah.
shit, not just from the state, but also
So
from the
that's
federal
why I
government.
don't feel
And
sorry for him. Like I'm like, dude, you're just making the wrong choices, and you're
sure,
you feel like we're attacking you. I'm just saying you're doing the wrong thing.
yeah, and I definitely,
It's unsustainable.
yeah, and I'm sure
You
shit ain't because,
you're taking a $50 Uber to your doctor's appointment multiple times a month when you only make that much is not sustainable. Like it's not. I could get you a motor scooter for $100. And then it's good on gas.
It just
easy to fix. Like
I mean, that's kind
he's
of
just
like
not looking at the other. He's acting like he has no options. Woe is me. I'm a victim.
well,
It's like,
I mean, yeah, because at least
empower yourself. When you say I'm a victim,
that's always why I try encouraging
Yeah.
him, and I think now where he's at now, he's honestly more empowered than he has been
Can
in
I
the
smoke
past.
American Spirit real quick? Because I don't want to smoke weed.
Yeah,
tonight.
no,
I'm not,
man.
you
Here,
know
here you go,
how
my
what
friend.
you know what happened last night.
Yeah, go for it.
You
But
remember
no,
last
yeah,
night? I was like,
you're like, wait, we don't
they're
want
too cool for me. I'm so high, I can't be friends with them. I would never be cool enough. I was so high. Remember, I was so fucking high.
Yeah.
I hung out with him 2 months ago, and that was totally fine. But me high, I'm like, you're too cool for me, bro. Fucking
Yeah.
high as shit.
But yeah, like I was saying, it's
Marcus
like
knows that guy. I could remember, you know that guy Ozzy.
Mhm.
I forgot who he was because I was so fucking high. The dude who hugged me in
yeah.
the bar. I'm like, I don't fucking know who you are. Like, I felt bad about it. Made me even more anxious, like with the weed and stuff. Started to recognize him at the end of the night. I know. Who
Also,
he is.
does all
His
that
hair-
weirdo too, dude. The mullet
Let's not
weirdo.
even bring up that dude.
I know.
Not bring that dude up.
Dude,
Let's forget it that he exists.
watch, we're gonna watch it on the local news, and he's gonna be brought up and be
Dude,
like,
he
he
was-
has like
I told you
8,000
he
bodies in
growled
his
at me.
basement.
He growled at me. I was walking back to the car.
I remember at one
I
point when
was walking
I
this
think he
way.
audibly heard us talking about him, and he was staring at me dead like.
Dude, I looked right at him like this as I'm walking, and then he turned around, saw me, and I was like, "Okay, I see you, seeing you."
And he saw me too, and I had like this.
Do you hear him growl at me?
I didn't hear that part.
He went like moved his body
Yeah.
like this.
I didn't hear that
Like
part. I
some
saw
great
I
guy.
saw him kind of like look over, and I saw him do that. I didn't hear him.
It takes a lot for my brother to say somebody's crazy because Michael is like devil's advocate.
Already crazy as fuck.
Well, no, it's not that. He wants be nice to everybody and give them sympathy.
Yeah,
and
I do the advocacy myself
No, he
too.
does that because he wants to be adopted by people. Not that,
I know.
Not that fucker.
Yeah,
That guy, he was like, this motherfucker is crazy. He
he's
told
a
me all
Jeffrey
night.
Dahmer. He's
Before we
an Ed
showed up-
Gein.
Before we showed up, he told me about it.
Yeah.
Michael thought he left.
And
That's why
then, yeah,
came
and
through
when I
came
start
back.
my table up, he, says something. It's like, hey, what's up? Yeah, how you doing? It's like, oh, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. How you doing? It's like, oh, yeah, I'm all right, blah, blah, blah. So, and then once, you two show, it's like,
He's a
oh,
fucking sociopath, bro.
I could tell, absolutely.
Like,
dude, there was
100%.
something
Why he
about him,
We
man.
didn't engage him. He engaged us.
Yeah.
And it was negative. Like
He engaged me too, and I was like, oh yeah, I didn't really think anything of him. I just picked that spot because I was like, oh, free table. I picked the first free table I saw because a lot of them were occupied. That's all I did, and I didn't realize that Michael was playing with
Live and
that
learn.
guy. You know,
Live and learn.
you live and learn, right? Yeah, exactly. Next time I'm down there and I happen to see him, I'm picking a table that is far away from him. Because,
I don't think he goes there normally. No one seemed to know him. Like even that Bo guy.
yeah, no one really. Yeah, I think that was his first time there. I think if I remember.
Bo was like.
I don't know.
Alerted by
Yeah,
multiple people.
nobody knew him.
Nobody knew him, and they talked to Bo. Bo's in pool league, like he's there all the time.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Bo
We
was
were
like-
talking. Yeah,
Bo
he
was
was
like a
even. Yeah,
lesbian.
that's when he was. I remember him staring like that, like weird, like
While we're talking
I
about
want to
it.
carve your guts out, kind of look
He was
almost. But he was just staring.
He was half looking at us talking about him. In the
But
corner.
then, yeah, there
And
was
he
like
was
this.
like,
Yeah, he was like,
I want to.
I'm going to pretend to be in this
I didn't know.
conversation,
I
but
did not see the predatory shit that Bo pointed it out. I'm like, yeah, he is like on all three of those women right now.
I know. And then that one chick that was a little more. Yeah, I was kind of honestly half
He
tempted.
kept like.
I know.
A wolf.
He only left once. We everyone else left, and we started to leave.
There's
That's
like
the only
a
time he
fire
left.
in the wilderness, and the wolf's like, "How do I get in and eat one of you?"
I know who's the weak link.
That's what he was doing.
He was looking at the weak link of the herd.
Yeah.
That's what, dude. That guy's.
All right, no more talking about it.
Uber Juby. I know, right?
Forget he exists. In our town, that's a dude. Like
that, he
didn't come from out of. He's from this town. I guarantee you. Like.
I bet.
He didn't come.
He's just kind of a quiet, reclusive
he didn't
type.
Come from like Wilsonville to come like.
Be a weirdo. He's somewhere around here that is just recluse as fuck. Because I'll admit, there's a familiarity to his face, but he's recluse as shit if he is.
I recognize him a bit too. I feel like I've seen him around. I've never talked to him, been in a social environment with him, but I feel like I've seen his ass around.
Yeah, like maybe I've started chicken titties at my store or something like that. There's something about it, but yeah, you're right.
Thanks for the cigarette, man.
Of course, man. Yeah, I'm gonna take a little pee real quick if you want to keep
I need the beer and cigarette and talk, man. I really
right. Yeah, no, for sure.
I was like anxious.
I'm kind of the same way too.
I was anxious and not feeling good, and I was like, I feel like Michael is gonna like do some shit tonight, and I don't want to be here for it.
That's why I kind of was hoping.
Me being here is a good thing, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, hey, Michael don't understand social propriety. He doesn't get that. Propriety, like what's socially acceptable. He does not get that. He does not
like social cues in certain aspects.
No, like he knows it's wrong. He doesn't care. He's still gonna fuck shit up.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, he used to use that word on me and my mom for years. It was one of his favorite words. Propriety. He'd be like yelling it at us, bro.
Oh my.
And now it's like, dude, now I have to use this word on you because you don't get it. Because I got roommates and I have neighbors, and you're outside listening to something.
I forgot what it really meant, but
I'm half the man I used to be, and then like fucking cut my life into pieces, like type of music, like like that outside blaring the speaker at fucking midnight. I've got 4 neighbors, in the bed, like they can obviously hear him. And then,
and there's also
he did one cool thing. He took my outdoor lights that are weatherproof. Mm-hmm. I've had them for a year. I just never put them up. And he got rope and he strung them all across, like from the house to the, like it's really nice back there now. He cleaned up the backyard. It's nice in the backyard right now. You'll have to come over sometime. It's a really cool spot now.
I wonder if that had to do with like that neighbor's dog that showed up. Because honestly, I think I was like still in my like morning, like I don't really remember kind of face, but I think I remember seeing like.
I think he's trying to justify his existence.
Yeah,
like
that's for sure.
He
and certain things.
It's funny because I'll do that. I'll justify his existence to Harley and Marcus. I'll be like, yeah, man, like Michael's gonna give me his EBT money, like, and kind of donate it to the house. Like he's gonna eat on it. You can eat on it. I can eat on it. And that's kind of like his.
It's kind of like a family EBT kind of thing.
Yeah, he's got $290 a month, like. That's kind of like, it's not rent, but it's helping out, Yeah.
It's a contribution.
He does clean more than anybody. I'll say that. Like, he does clean the kitchen and shit, which is the only thing that really gets dirty. Go do your thing, man. I'm sorry.
I know. No, you're okay. If you want to,
Zuzu. That is a good dog right there. Man, what a day. Good song. Good song. I like the music more than the vocalist, but still a good song. Mm-hmm. He literally heard you leave and then broke out of there.
I know.
He
And then he ran off. He ran off into one of the neighborhood's yards, and then
That's a good dog, though. He literally is like, my master.
my master, he left me.
I need to make sure he's okay. And then he's like, now I need you. What is on this map? I see, except here. What's that? Except here on the record map. Except here. What does that mean?
I slept here. Oh, that's where we were sleeping at.
It says slept? I thought it says except here. Except here.
Yeah, we slept on.
It says slept?
I slept here.
Oh, what's this right here?
Oh, it's just that.
I thought it was an E.
Yeah, but it's just that handwriting.
But
But yeah,
I thought it was like exempt here. I was
but
like,
yeah, that's where we slept, and it was right in downtown, and
that's
that's
like
like
a
that.
little bay area. Like a little bay.
Oh yeah, dude, so beautiful because right across the bay you see these beautiful small mountain ridge and shit. Dude, it's a really beautiful spot. We had a really cool little view of every, the little city, especially that little that downtown little area.
It's on my number one first place.
I want to bring you guys over there.
I'm gonna go Canada first for sure.
I want to go to Canada at some point.
Yeah.
So if you ever do that trip, I'll save money. Even if I have a debt, I don't give a fuck. I'll pay that shit back because I want to do that trip. That would be
I
awesome.
want to definitely do Canada first, and then I'm thinking, that will be second or third for sure. Like place I visit. Actually, it might be second and third because you can go to Iceland as a stopover place for
Yeah. Oh yeah. My mom initially,
days.
our first trip, idea was maybe doing that, maybe going to Norway, Oslo, or Copenhagen,
That might be
Berlin, Munich.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, they have a lot of different European cities where you can
That might be-
sit, you stay in Iceland for 3 or 4 days, go to one of the other European cities for 3 or 4 days, and go back. It's like a 1 week, 2 week trip, depending on how you want to plan it. But yeah, that's a possibility.
That's kind of what I think I'll probably do with Iceland first. Stop.
I think I want to do that too because I've visited a lot of cool spots. I want to
again on the way back. There.
Yeah, because there's different spots I remember that I want to take you guys to, but there's also spots that I never been to that I want to take you guys to as well, that I want to go to as well. And there's actually, also there's a Nordic pagan Asatru temple that was under construction the last time I was there. I think it might be completed now. I think and it's right next to the college in that regional airport, on that map. It's actually
one of the number one places I want to go is because I've seen you do it. Where the Continental Divide is.
Oh, dude, I know exactly where that is.
Close to Reykjavik? How'd you get there? Was it expensive to go there?
Well, you have to rent a car, obviously, because the international airport is in Keflavik, which is a little southwest-ish from Reykjavik. So the capital is different from the actual international airport. So you go in Keflavik, and then it's about at most maybe an hour. That's the maximum. Maybe about
a trip to Salem and back.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that makes sense. Actually, yeah, a trip to Salem, basically.
And then that's doable. You just go there for a day, come back.
Yeah, just rent a car. Yeah, because there's also a lot of car rentals, right out of the international airport too, right in the same area. So you just
I'd be down.
Once you
That'd
leave,
be a lot of fun, dude. We're driving through Iceland and shit.
Bro, it was so legit, and especially because
you see the green fade away to black
with the black beaches, dude. That shit was, dude. I gotta take it to Vic, Iceland, because there was this rocky little pier thing that helps
We
kind
gotta
of break
go.
the tides.
We
We got to. Dude,
Another reason I want to go is because if shit falls out here, that might be a good location to move to. Because
I'm not gonna lie, bro. If I wasn't with my family, dude, there were so many Icelandic dudes, chicks, everything else in between. Low key though, yeah. I was like, bruh. And also, there is such an international little hub. There's Algerian French women, black, French women, fucking Italians, etc. All people, dude. It's a little tourist hub.
I could see you just getting it with a dude and a girl, and a dude, just like
in like a little like bro. European orgy session, some underground sex club or some shit.
Not an orgy. I mean, like just.
Well, maybe not an orgy, but 3-way, 4-way, or something.
Like Tyler with that one couple.
Oh, like a 3-way, 4-way kind of sesh type of thing or some shit.
More like a 3-way.
Yeah.
I could just see you like Tyler does. I could see you doing that. Like the man, he might be like a little cuck. He likes watching.
Watch a little bit, and then maybe he gets to like a little bit sloppy second sesh kind of thing.
He gets involved. It might just like some cuck guys, they just need to see it first before they get excited. And then they're excited. Now they can do some shit,
Yeah, cult culture is kind of an interesting little thing. Because also, because it's not just an inherently relationship thing.
I see other people hard.
And funny enough, there's also people, there's also like an open relationship thing where it isn't inherently cult culture, but it's almost like a weird overlap to it to an extent.
They like that they're like,
they kind of like,
okay.
I think it's the exploration factor too, to an extent, and also maybe like kind of like we're meant to be together, but there's a third person now, kind of thing, maybe. And
not
there's maybe like,
but like on a sexual level,
like for sexual foreplay and kind of expansion and that type of stuff,
And both people are cool with it, so
yeah. Really enough, Venom and his girlfriend kind of like wanted to do that with me when I go next. So I'm like, maybe, but it's like I kind of want to just hang out with you as a bro too at the same time, So it's like if that happens, cool. But it's like we're homies, It's like that's all I give a shit about.
I don't know. I'm kind of sour on that dude. I was already didn't really like care for him before. Now I'm like, and then Stefan immediately after I told to Stefan what was happening, Stefan was like, oh yeah, I've always never liked him. Like straight like threw his ass under the bus so quick. Stefan was like, fuck no, Venom's an asshole. Like I was like, oh damn.
Oh damn, really shit.
That's what Stefan said while he's working on my brother's car. I was like, oh, okay. All right, Stefan. You're confirming what I'm talking about right now. I didn't even have to go in. I just told him like Venom's like, I hate people who expect me to tip. And Stefan was like, oh yeah, fuck that dude.
Damn.
He's always been kind of an asshole. Like, I don't like that guy. Yeah,
there's definitely things where I don't really agree with him on.
Literally just like leave when Venom starts popping off. He'll just leave the chat. You know what I mean?
Because he doesn't really have like that same basis of like that.
Will be on, and then Venom comes in, and then he's like very shortly after Stefan.
Because sometimes he just kind of will troll about like some random shit, being like, oh, well, like, oh, you want to grind my girls, wink, wink. It's like, dude, like, I'm talking about other shit. Like, this ain't, like, a time or a place, bro. And also, it's like...
Get, fucking flagged by YouTube for some shit like that.
Potentially. And, so, if it's on a chat, like, usually YouTube auto-censors a lot of shit anyway, so... Because YouTube's sometimes kind of done with it, but yeah, it's like, I don't know.
You want to use the lighter again?
But it's just like... I don't know. I don't think he's like, like been on like the same like kind of blue collar kind of like, out there, hanging out with different people kind of shit, like we have, on the same level. So he doesn't really understand that like this, maybe, yeah, because I know he's, on the same like kind of spectrum as I am too, but just on a different level. I mean, that's why I kind of know him a little more than
reacted to that wrong. I'll let you know. You can review the stuff.
Sure, yeah, because I mean, because I can see the live chat later, yeah.
It's bullshit. I was just
like, yeah, because I mean,
my position on the whole tipping thing, so
yeah, I mean, mine too, because a lot of it, like, I don't understand. I don't, like besmirch animosity and stuff. I think a lot of it's just due to the system of our tipping culture in America.
Yeah, but this is the difference between me and him. If I went to like France and I know that they have a good wage and they don't work off tips like there, I would still tip them. And then they're like, oh, no, you don't need to tip me. I'm like, I do, because in America, Now there's like a dialogue. Like I'm gonna teach you about what I go through in the U.S.
Sure.
How you
I can get that. This. I also can understand that. Yeah, for sure.
I have the same job as you, so I appreciate you.
I mean, when I was talking about my
this because. Like we are.
Well, when I was talking about it, my anecdote with Iceland, that was kind of the same thing, and I was even telling them, it's like, yeah, a lot of.
Don't think you have that? Like Americans have it better than you, like.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Like, I'm teaching you a little bit right now.
Yeah, because I also
come from a common place to where you need to listen to me.
Because we're blue collar workers. I mean, we just come from different countries. We're the broader proletariat. We're the working class. In that
particular aspect, you have an advantage. I don't.
Yeah. I mean, when I remember...
his ass in Albuquerque, those people really do live off tips because the minimum wage there is so low.
Every American does in a lot of ways.
I had a coworker who worked Domino's in Texas. And how much tips she'd bring back a night?
How much?
300 plus. Because they know down there...
And also, they don't have the same hourly wage benefit and protections and law in Texas like we do here in Oregon.
The culture's even worse down there with the tips.
I 100% bet. I 100% bet.
Think I'm going to move to Albuquerque and not tip is even worse than over here where I'm getting paid $15.95.
At least you get an hourly wage on top of tips.
I'm getting double what they get in Texas.
In the South, broadly.
That's why he's got $300 a night tip.
Exactly.
He don't get it.
I mean, sad as it is because he never worked a job like that. Or at least, or had, close friends that had to live shit like that. Or at least have some, that's the thing I want to try to get out of when I eventually,
like a poor family like I did because we never ordered, we never took Lyft. Any service you needed to tip, we didn't tip anyone. You know why? Because we never used the service where you needed to tip because we didn't have the money for any of it. So whatever he come from, he don't have
he also struggled too. I mean, from what he's told me in his background.
Homeless, the way I have. When you're like 10 years old?
Luckily, from my understanding, he's not been homeless.
10 years old homeless?
Not 10 years old.
Then you'd understand where I'm coming from.
Because, we come from different life experiences. And I don't know. I mean, that's one of the things where...
I have never ordered DoorDash.
Me neither. The few times I have is because weirdos dox me and just send food to my door. Free food, but whatever.
I never have done that. You know why? Because I can't afford it.
Same.
And I make more money than fucking Venom does, and I say I can't afford it. So that's where it's like it doesn't.
Well, because he lives off Social Security, and he unfortunately, for whatever reason, unfortunately, that has to be the case. And I wish there was more.
I am mad at my mom about this because she was on Social Security, but yet Brianna's mom also is,
and
but she has a job her whole life, like 10, 15 hours a week, consistently been doing that for years. So because you legally can work, 15 hours and still get your disability money. Which is
okay. For as far as but if the mindset
when it comes, I showed my mom the numbers. I'm like, if you would have worked, I showed minimum wage in Oregon over the years. Did the math. I'm like, on average, Mom, you could have brought in $400 to $500 a month, which $4,000, $5,000 a year for our family. You know how broke we were. That would have been huge.
Oh, absolutely.
If my mom did that for 10 years. Of my life, I'm 10 years old, and she did that. How much money would she have? That'd be like $40,000-$50,000 now, extra to. I would have had to have food bank. You know what I mean?
I know, exactly.
Have the church pay my electricity. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly. You wouldn't have to rely on charity, and hopefully, whatever basic bare minimal the state is able to give when it comes to entitlement or whatever.
So, I have sympathy because I come from welfare shit, but I also don't. Because I understand.
It just depends on the mindset of how people treat that, in a sense.
Some people just use it as a crutch and a victim mind, like a learned helplessness. I said that in the chat to him. I said that.
I saw that, yeah.
Like you have a victim, learned helplessness mindset. I think.
I'll be honest. I think
there's a little bit something to that, and his girlfriend should watch the fuck out about that. They're relying on somebody that can't even rely on themselves to do the right thing on a consistent basis that makes your life and other people's lives and his life better over time. A little bit adds up.
Yeah. At least, like I said, from what I do know.
To get a fucking transportation, you're dumb, bro.
You'd be honestly cheaper to use just buses. Just honestly.
But fuck the buses and shit. Get a fucking transportation. Instead of, in that month, paying $100, $200 for transportation. You know what I mean? Just buy a fucking motor scooter. You get all that money at once. It's not
I
like
mean,
it's not like
him and his
it's not like a
girlfriend.
weekly paycheck. You get it all at once at the beginning of a month. So you have $11,000.
I'll say this
You have
much.
$1,100. Why don't you get a motor scooter?
I don't want to devolve too much in his finance. I know this much. He is able to at least for sure save $200 a month. Between him and his girlfriend.
You don't even save it.
Well, I'm just saying, this is what he told me, and I don't want to divulge too much. But it's like if he can
all at once at the beginning of the month. So I know that you have all that money at once. You can afford $100 to go and get. Harley did it.
Yeah,
with the fucking motorbike.
Because Harley, he's done that type of shit. Not even having a job.
He just wanted a fucking vintage thingy.
Yeah, because he wants to spend more money for the vintage nostalgia kind of aspect of the old classics. Sadly, as it is. I mean, because I kind of wish there was their aftermarket.
Stefan has a fucking electric scooter he can charge in his house. Mm-hmm. It cost him $100 something.
Like $400, $500 or something.
No,
he's even sent me the link.
It was less than that.
At least the links he sent me to the same type of shit that he got. Knows that's what the price.
It's because it's new. If you go on Facebook or something, you could get that way.
Oh, used and sure.
200 max.
Craigslist, eBay,
because it's used at 50% value gone. You know what I'm saying? Shit's not new. You can't sell that for $400. Man, my dad got me a motor scooter when I was 10 for $60. So I don't have the sympathy because I know that he's not looking for ways out of his situation and it's obvious that you can do better. I just don't have a lot of these welfare people. I deliver to them, okay, and these are the non-tipper people I've delivered. They don't tip because they think they can't. But I'm like, why are you ordering pizza when? Because
they think it's cheaper in a sense, and it's fuck. Yeah, it's
convenient. That's what it is.
It's convenience. It's lazy factor. You're not laziness kind of thing.
You're not spending your own worked money. You're spending the government's money on pizza, tax dollars on pizza. That's irresponsible, and it's not okay. I'm sorry. I just don't agree with it. My family.
My family. I just wish that things were better about shit like that when it comes to basic.
Bringing you pizza, that's a luxury item. That's a luxury service.
I don't disagree.
If you want it cheaper, you can come to the fucking Domino's like everybody else and get it carry out. And
honestly, I will literally order Domino's and walk down there with my dog sometimes and just pick it up.
So you're proving my point because it's way cheaper that way. The
it just happens to be really close by.
The delivery
for myself at least.
The delivery's instantly $10, $20 more.
If it takes 10, if it takes 15 to 20 minutes, to prep up a fucking pizza, then the amount of time for me, at least for the local Domino's, at least if we're using this example,
you call them up. How long is it going to take to build the pizza? Oh, it's 30 minutes. Oh, it's 15 minutes. Oh, it's 45 minutes. Show up when the shit's ready. They even have the app. It'll notify you when. And
honestly, by the time I walk down there, I would literally, half the time be get, him ready and me ready outside, maybe finding some video to just listen to on the way over there and just smoke a bowl or two. I'll call him up, be like, hey, I want to order a pizza, to go and blah, blah, blah. And usually I love jalapenos, olives and shit,
Going back to Milwaukee Domino's, you know why? I don't have to deal with these
it's casual as fuck.
I'm sorry, but the people I deliver to who don't tip, they're usually black or white trash.
Honestly, one was fucked up. When it comes to our side,
shit,
what's weird enough,
or they're real young guys.
I was bringing this up.
Young guys are selfish. A lot of them.
And I brought this up earlier on the stream. I was bringing this up earlier on the stream. It's there is stereotypes that are built into when it comes to r/Lyft, r/Uber. Because I follow these subreddits.
I heard you talk about the tip thing.
I didn't want to overtly be specific, but there is truth to it. Sadly, because there's anecdotes to this.
Bill Cosby talked about it before he was a weirdo. This is in the 70s. He's like,
oh yeah,
you guys act like what they say you act like.
At least on certain elements. I mean, a lot
too consistently to where the stereotype will never die because you continue to do the behavior.
There's certain aspects of things, especially with shit like this in typical culture. And
where everybody's like, well, this is still.
It just enables the culture war bullshit where it just continues to just divide. And that's what I was also talking about too, because we shouldn't have to because we were talking about with Europe.
I called them. I was like, no class. Because the people who aren't tipping,
it's not class. Yeah, there's no solidarity or class consciousness with that kind of stuff.
But it's just it's a classy thing to say, "Hey, man, thank you so much. I appreciate you."
Yeah, That's why I always, at the bar, I always, get 15 at Duffy's or 20 at Duffy's sometimes if I got a little extra on my paycheck.
Appreciate you, man. Like, fake ass appreciate me. Like, you don't tip me. Like, you're like literally stealing the pizza out of my hand the way they do it.
Oh my God. Honestly.
You know what I'm talking about? Like, and they're like, shut the door. Because they already know that they're not, they should be doing something.
Yeah, and also... It was funny. And also, at least, weirdly enough, this actually kind of reminded me. Remember that one chick that used to be at the Duffy's where if you gave her too less of a tip, she would fucking call you out and be like, "Why didn't she not give me enough of a tip?" But like, remember her? Yeah. I don't think she works there anymore. I've never seen her.
I got a little mad when she flipped out like that.
I remember being like, keep the change, and it was like $1.50. She's like, nah, you keep it. I'm like, it's $1.50. Like, look, I'm a little poor because I'm gonna, be paid next Thursday. Next time I come down here, I'm gonna be able to be a little more liberal with my tipping.
She's an idiot. You know why? If you're buying a $3.50 drink,
or Wells Whiskey Coke kind of thing, or some shit.
$3.50, and you're giving her
$5 most.
You're giving her $1.50.
That's a good tip.
Look at the percentage.
If it's just one, if it's just one drink and just play 2 or 3 games of pool,
I get $2 tips on like a $50 order. So
I know, dude. I never, and I'm so glad. Honestly, I never seen her. Even on Tuesdays, I remembered her schedule, and I never seen it.
Good tip, actually, percentage wise.
I think because she was such a suck up ass about it a little bit. I think she don't work there no more.
You know what my dad taught me when I was a kid?
I think people complained about her.
This is how you tip. This is what he told me. You see the number, what it is, get rid of all the other shit. You find the big number, the one at the end, like 20, 30, right?
Yeah.
Get rid of all that, and then what's 10% of that if they weren't that good of service? If they were good service, what's 10% times 2? So you pay 20. So he's like, that's how he always did it. If it was like a $30 thing, right? And they were kind of shitty to him or something, he still tipped them, but only 10%. Yeah, now, if they were like good, 20%.
Yeah.
What's 10% of 30? Okay, that's $3. Well, they were great, so at least $6. It's that simple.
Yeah.
He literally showed me that. My dad, when I was like 8 years old, he's like,
it's kind of like a similar math to how I do it. Like, my mom taught me about the percentage thing, but for what I do, it's like, I usually will round up the change and then be like, well, I'll do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending, on how like the vibes are and blah, blah, blah. Like,
but literally just do the math to know what's fair.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. Whatever your logical math is, like, just do the math and just, even if it's like, $4 or $5 or whatever, just some basic, because even if I'm a little short and maybe I might be, or maybe I might be.
That was you. That wasn't me.
I know it was me. I know that was me.
You guys see this fat stack of fucking cash here? This is an accumulation of classy people saying, I appreciate you. I value your service. Keep doing it because you're helping me out.
Yeah.
That's what that means. That's what that money means right now. There's like 170 something bucks right here. Okay?
Yeah. And it survived the fucking river trip too.
That's true.
And being, fucking just amazing as it is. 20% every time.
Like,
no exceptions. I don't mess with people's paycheck.
Here, fucking just take $5 because I've been smoking your weed for like weeks now.
Well,
let me have one more cig though. Like,
yeah, for sure. You know what? I'll take the tip as appreciation. Especially as a G, because I know you've hooked me up a lot of times.
Yeah, first when I was,
it's a karma thing,
When I was smoking on your shit here and there, that's like just past history. I've smoked you out a lot, but like now, it's like I'm smoking 2 American Spirits. These motherfuckers are probably 50 cents or more a piece.
I mean, honestly, yeah.
You know what I mean?
When it comes to the mook sesh type of thing, I mean, they're like, I think $12 at least in some change of pop. And that's 20 fucked. So I make sure that shit survives a week and a half. So that's
more like 60 a cigarette.
About
60 cents a cigarette.
Yeah.
Or more. Like 65 maybe even. So if I smoke 2 of these, that's already $1.
Some days I don't. Yeah, because some days I won't even really mook that much outside. Maybe in the morning before I go to work, or maybe I'm on lunch break or something. But yeah, because but just kind of depends on the vibe.
Just like, don't be a dumbass and know the value of things.
Exactly. You got to butch in and finance the best way you can and come shit like that.
Know the value of things.
Yeah.
If you don't,
prioritize what those finances and values are.
Yeah, you're either ignorant or you just don't care. And I think is not ignorant. He just don't care. It's a selfish thing. I don't think he's that stupid. I don't think he's dumb.
I know he's not dumb.
That's my
He's
point.
a very smart person, honestly, because him and I have gotten some really good,
He's kind of
intelligent,
stuck
deep
in this
philosophical
woe is
stuff.
me shit. So you don't care about other people's shit.
I think he's always been that way. I mean, and that's kind of sad thing. I mean, he's been in some real deep dives before, but it's like, I think he's at a peak right now, but he's still kind of like, well, that ball in the barrel though.
But I could see him taking our argument and just like, oh, I'm going to spiral now because I have an excuse now. I see it with my brother all the time.
You know what's sad? I mean, you're kind
of right. Now he's like, I'm going to leave the chat.
You're not wrong. I mean, yeah, too. I mean, because honestly,
now.
I'm not. There are times where I'm not even being
aggressive.
aggressive. I'm trying to be a homeboy, be like, dude, I'm having the same logic and friendliness. I have my homeboys and being blunt, but friendly.
Sorry, you're wrong on this one. Like,
yeah.
And then he's like, well, fuck you. I'm out of here.
God damn it.
I can't.
That was gravity itself at that point.
Can I see the ladder real quick?
Oh, yeah, here we go.
And then and you talk.
Yeah, anyways. But yeah, it's
talking a lot.
Yeah, but it's just like, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, there are a lot of things where I think he really does have points, but it's like, you know, so much of it is kind of goes back down to like wanting to kind of have a crutch, and it's like, man, you gotta.
That Dawson dude, right? Dawson does not come from the shit.
Yeah.
Yet he's like, I work really hard for my check. I work so hard, and like, you know, like, I just don't like when he talks about welfare people. To me, I have some agreements with him, but then he's all like, why should I have to like pay taxes for them and stuff? Like, I'm like, well, you just had your life saved like a year or two ago by Obamacare.
And Orga Elfman probably too.
Yeah. So like your whole like anti-welfare, like socialist policies is kind of stupid as fuck. Because you're only real like, for me, I've been in the
It's
shit.
like corporate socialism instead of like actual proletarian socialism.
The only shit he came from
was the privileged upbringing of the upper class kind of stuff.
The real hardship he's been through was the seizure shit. But the healthcare stuff fixed that because they funded him.
Because they had money to be able to afford the insurance.
So now you're up. Now you're up. Now you're not sick no more. Now you have a job for the first time in your life. You're 25 and you finally have a job.
Yeah.
You've only been working for 2 years since you were 23. Now you finally like doing okay. Domino's isn't paying for your fucking healthcare. So
definitely not.
Why are you hating on a system that perpetuates you even being alive? I've made that point to him, and then he's like, I feel like you're being real hostile and like.
I mean, if anything, he should.
You know,
yeah, I mean, if anything, he should like understand how much of a privilege that is, and how much of an entitlement it should be, and we all deserve this shit. That's the difference between
him and Venom. I think Venom is an intelligent person who understands it.
Because he does want that, but he wants to take the
stuck in a victim mindset. Whereas Dawson's never a victim.
He ain't.
He's just stupid and selfish.
Yeah, Dawson's certainly way different about that for sure.
Guy who likes to do drugs.
Yeah, if anything, he's like the foil of his own toil.
Dude literally like quit after he had a cocaine, Adderall, Dude did Adderall, cocaine, and fucking Xanax in one night. 2 days later, he's quitting hhis job. Like, sorry, you're supposed. Yeah,
you're a fucking idiot.
You're supposed to be moving in with your girlfriend.
It's one thing to have like, a neurodivergent like meltdown kind of thing or whatever from work versus like, going for a drug binge and then you just quit because fuck you, that's why, or whatever reason, It's
literally like the district manager said, like, be easy on Dawson after him and the general manager had like an issue. They had like, she was being a little hard on him, like called him a couple names or whatever. And she was like, okay, I'll back off his ass. And then she calls him, like, why are you, like, not here at work? It's like 45 minutes to an hour. You're late now, and we already called you twice.
They were telling me I did the other day.
Here, like, what's going on? I literally was there, like, I thought she was on the phone with someone else. I didn't ask about it. Then later I asked, like, where the fuck is Dawson at today? Like, I know he left work early yesterday, but, like, isn't he scheduled today? And she's like, well, he quit. And I'm like, what, really? And it was like, yeah, he was late to work. And he was drunk the day before. I'm pretty sure he was drunk or on drugs.
Probably.
Or something. And we sent him home, and then just wanted to get his ass to work the next day. I didn't even fire him. He just quit because I told him get to work.
He was like, "Well, fuck you."
I didn't insult him or nothing. I heard the conversation. It was like, where are you? Like, I thought she was talking to her husband because she's brought her daughter in. Her daughter's like 15, freshman.
Yeah.
She's trying to teach her daughter hard work.
Kind of like, the early high school kind of like work
you're gonna work
bullshit.
You're gonna work the Friday night and Saturdays and Sundays.
Weekends kind of thing.
You're gonna go home early on Sunday because it's a school night.
Yeah.
She's gonna give her daughter her Mitsubishi. I mean, not her her Mercedes Benz. She just got a new car. She has the Mercedes. She's not using it anymore. She's like, if you for a semester can do this working shit and get a 3.0 in school, I will give you, when you turn 16, I will give you my Mercedes Benz. Like a nice ass Mercedes Benz. Like, she's a good mom, actually. She's trying to teach the value of hard work.
She's actually kind of, I mean,
Not
if anything, kind of like doing the working class kind of like, 2000s era, 90s, 80s era.
Kind of post more Trump leaning type stuff. But I don't think it's like the hateful MAGA shit. I think it's more the like, he's easier on my taxes.
And funny enough, I had someone, literally the first 10 minutes of my stream, there was someone like that. I'd be like, well, I kind of like him because he's going to be,
the 19-year-old.
Yeah, whoever that,
yeah, I saw that.
I was just like, well, bro, dude, unless you're in the top 10%, he's going to be scopping your ass. Like, come on, bro. Like, I get, because I think a lot of people don't understand taxes.
They don't know anything.
Yeah, and
she don't know anything.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of, have an olive branch those people because I think
she punched a customer in the face and she got fired 2 years ago.
You shouldn't unless like she got assaulted and it was self-defense. There's no reason for that. What the fuck?
She's got a temper, this lady, but I think in a lot of ways she's reasonable. And she's like, you know why they rehired me? Because I'm good at my fucking job. And she is. She's made the store better. I'm getting more business because of her. The store, we got a 4 out of 5 rating from the ops. This store
probably cutthroat as hell, but at least like weirdly enough, blue collar is fucking. It got no. It got to fuck you.
She kind of like worked her ass hard one night. All of us closers, and we got out there quick and we did extra shit for her, like that we weren't even supposed to do.
Yeah.
And then the next day, she said, "Shout out to all the closers," like, and called us out by names, like, "Y'all kicked ass last night," like. So like.
She kind of like a weird solidarity, but cutthroat, like, fuck you.
Now she's got to know everybody, and we're all talking about our plans for the future, and she's like very supportive of it.
That's like kind of some like worker organized kind of shit. Like, I mean, take advantage of that, honestly, because she said, weirdly, honestly, at first I was kind of like, well, hold up, but she sounds kind of badass, actually. I might like her. I kind of like to cut in her gym, actually.
She was homeless at one point, and she had 2 kids. She had them go live. She had 2 kids. She had to go live with her mom while she was figuring it out in her truck.
Couch surfing.
But she kept her baby.
Yeah.
Because they'll take the baby away, the state kind of thing. Right?
Yeah, CPS so kind of, yeah.
For 6 months, she was working and living in a truck and worked her way out of it. So I'm like, cool, because I don't have, like, I'm looking at my brother. I've given him 6 months. He don't have no fucking baby.
Honestly, I don't think it would give a fuck about that kid if he had one.
That's another story. I don't want to talk about that, but
no, for sure. But still, yeah,
it's just like now she has a husband. That she had a new baby with. She's got 4 or 5 kids now, and
Jesus,
they're doing really good. She's got 2 cars. He's got 2 cars. He was in the army, and now he
probably got a VA pension a little bit.
He's got like an injury from it.
Ooh.
And now he has like some disability shit he gets from the government and from
VA.
The VA. And because they're married, they're gonna pay for her school. And she's like, he doesn't work. Like, I don't care. Like, I just want him to do something with his life. So she's putting him into school. She basically was like, choose something. And what he chose to do is gonna be a gunsmith. He's gonna go to school, be a gunsmith. He already knows
probably
it.
the Sonoma Institute.
He already knows it.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about because there's this Sonoma Desert Institute that, is like gunsmithing,
Like, at first I was like, damn, bitch, you are hard. It's fucking like, you have anger issues. And now I've got to know her more. And I'm like,
yeah, I mean, now that you kind of like give me her arc, I'm kind of like, at first I was kind of like, but now I'm like, dude, she's kind of a bad bitch. I kind of like her. Like,
she only likes Trump because of the tax stuff. She thinks that it's going to be better for her and her family. But she's not like anti-lesbian or gay.
Yeah,
like hateful.
Sure, yeah.
Hateful it's just she thinks it's better money.
Well, I mean, maybe she just might need someone in my life, maybe like someone like me in her life to be like, well, I understand that,
She's
but
pretty hard-headed, and her husband's in the army, so they're both brainwashed because the army brainwashes the man.
yeah.
And she's
Well,
like,
I know veteran. I know
a lot of women are like traditional, and they're like from that.
Well, I mean, I know vets myself that shit.
Her dad was in the army too, so she's got this like, brainwashed, like.
Sure. Yeah. Well.
From the,
yeah.
I
don't know if you ever met Armando, but he was like one of my former coworkers. But he's homeless now. Last time I heard, he's in OC right now. Still living in a homeless camp or some shit. I don't know what. I haven't heard from him in a long while. But no, he's serving the fucking Iraq War, like Operation Iraq of Freedom.
That's what her fucking husband.
I think we might have a commonality, even though they might be bullheaded. I kind of have a thick skin.
They're bullheaded, but it's like you are America.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I have a commonality where maybe we might have
agree to disagree. And she's like, I told her like, hey, Kamala Harris is getting rid of the tax on tips too, and she's going to do the fucking incentives for families, tax breaks for families too, just like Trump wants to do. And she's like, yeah, well, she's still not getting my vote. And that was the end of the conversation. It wasn't like, oh, I hate that fucking bitch. She's fucking coconut tree. Like, she's just not getting my vote. Let's move on. I respected that. I was like, cool.
Sure, yeah.
I'm not trying to.
Then again, it probably was at work too, so she probably wasn't like going to be so overtly.
I don't think she cares that much about politics.
Probably not.
I don't think she cares that much.
I mean, most Americans don't, to be fair.
I don't think she really.
People that care about politics are kind of like a minority in this country.
Little niches.
Yeah.
Little different niches.
And people like me are especially even more niche.
Half the people who vote, they don't care that much like we do. Like, they don't care that much. They don't really do the research. They don't really care.
Just kind of see whatever the news is,
she might not even watch the news. It's just like her dad and her husband are like,
whatever radio's on the car.
Trump's
and
cheaper.
Or whatever Facebook news article headline is
on.
I saw
her husband. He is a good dad. I seen him come to work at night to ready to pick.
I'm sure he is. I mean, I'm not
even his daughter.
Just other people like coworkers.
No. This is his not biological daughter.
Stepdaughter.
This is her oldest daughter.
Stepdaughter.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's coming to pick her up from work, take her home because the wife has to stay at work.
Yeah.
And then I got out the car and I seen him playing with his daughter, his youngest daughter, like his daughter, in the truck. He got a big truck, he's a fucking army. They want truck. It's the
big old F-150. Yeah.
Like 350, big ass truck that you don't really use. But he was the kindest, nicest dude to his. I was just like, it's America right there. He's a good dad. That's all I care about. He's gonna make all 5 of those kids be successful, and they're gonna be taxpayers. They're not gonna be welfare shit. He won't let them. The whole family are like, we don't approve of that. You need to go get a job, and you need to be successful. And we're here.
It's kind of how my mom was a little bit. It was like either I get a job, go college, or both, or get the fuck out.
A little bit of tough love, a little bit.
Yeah.
Her mom,
there's understanding, respect, and tough love.
You know why she got kicked out by her dad? When she went homeless? Because the guy she was with was abusive and was going off the rails. And he was telling her to end it with the guy. And then when he really went off the rails and went to prison or some shit, he was just like, I'm done. You're not learning, so I'm going to give you some tough love so you really learn. I tried the easy way. Now you have to learn the hard way. And she did. And now she looks back and she's like, tough love, but my dad was right. Yeah.
Sometimes it's kind of what it needs because it's almost kind of like
I try to be centrist, I try to, but I really am more left on the real issues and stuff.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, I see you, right winger, that really wants to be in the middle.
Yeah, because it's
you're
kind of
brainwashed and don't know, so you're drawn to the
it's
right.
It's kind of like the olive branch kind of thing. That's what I always talk about. It's because I think a lot of people on the left might have something to learn, to have that olive branch, and I think you and I kind of have a better understanding about that type of stuff. Because
I'm learning.
I got my experiences. You have yours.
Her and her family, I learned some shit.
Yeah.
There's people out there like that, and this is my thing. I've mentioned this to people. When 9/11 happened, those terrorists came.
And that changed so much about American politics and zeitgeist and everything.
But think about it. that should have brought more solidarity to our country than it did. Because if you,
it did though, but just in the wrong ways.
But if you pointed out, those people did not care if they killed a white person or a black person, or a Hispanic or a gay person. They didn't care. They didn't care if it was a service worker or an army man or a fucking business person. They didn't care. They're like, we're just happy we killed 3,000 Americans. Americans. That was their enemy.
Well, I mean,
they did.
I know.
I think theory shit, like we did it to ourselves. There were real, like, brown dudes.
Because Osama literally, I mean, there's a lot of things about that, but
whether they were brainwashed into doing it doesn't matter. In their mind, they said, I don't care if they're black or white. They're Americans, and I'm happy I'm going to kill them. I'm right about this.
A lot of it was led up. I mean, I just kind of wonder if the Bush administration, could have prevented it or not. Because, I mean, they were led.
All right.
Yeah, I know.
That's shitty. But my point is we are Americans, and we have.
Well, it led to a very destructive solidarity about, fuck the Arabs. We need to glass the Middle East.
I don't like that.
I know.
But there are real people.
That's what I'm saying. The solidarity came from the wrong place.
Not just Arabs, all around the world. There are people who hate America. They hate Americans. And they don't care if you're black or white. They want to see you fail. They are.
I mean, a lot of it, I think, might just have to do our...
Might be a minority. Might be a percent of a percent. Might be small. But those people, they don't give a fuck if you're black or... That's my point. They don't care. They're just happy they killed 3,000 Americans.
I guess, maybe it's just a devil advocacy, but, maybe a lot of it's just because, of how our government has, treated a lot of these different countries, right?
But you see my point to these people.
No, I do.
They're like, oh, liberals are my enemy. And I'm like...
these Western governments are,
No, those terrorists who wanted to kill 3,000 Americans, regardless if they're black, I hate black people. It's like, do you really... It's not really your enemy. Is the black guy really your enemy? No.
Of course not.
No, that means you killed black, white, Asian, whatever race. They killed 3,000 of us. Us. Remember, they killed 3,000 of us. Not 3,000 black people.
Because, you have, an Islamic jihadic group, like Al-Qaeda or whatever.
I know it's small, but it's like there's a group of people, whether they're brainwashed by whatever, U.S. government might brainwash them to do it. Who cares? My point is, there are real people out there that they want to see us die and fail. They do.
I mean, of course, there's definitely going to be people like that out there.
Us is black, white, Asian, gay.
It's just American in general. They don't really,
They don't want to see us win. They want to see us lose and die. There are some people out in the world like that.
Because there's a lot of them, attribute the people and the population to the government and stuff. And, in a lot of ways, there are a lot of, not everyone, obviously,
but deep on it. You're getting so deep on it. My point is that
there's a lot of gross stuff to it. Yeah, I know, but yeah.
And when I'm talking to these right-wingers that are hateful, my point is, don't hate them. Don't hate
Well, that's kind of why I'm trying to get a little deep about it, I guess, in a sense, because, it's almost kind of two-way street in a sense, because, a lot of Americans really will, look at, Al-Qaeda members or ISIS or whatever and be like, oh, it's just Arabs. Or, even with Israel and Palestine.
You probably don't have another beer, do you?
I don't, unfortunately.
Probably
what time is it right now?
Probably too late for another beer.
2:19, actually. 10 minutes.
I already went to the 7-Eleven. If I went back, that'd look weird.
Well, I could if you want to.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
We don't need to have a late night like that,
Yeah, fair enough.
If anything, I'll ask for another smoke and call it good. Because we're a mook. No weed, just a mook.
Well, isn't a mook weed and nicotine?
Well, just more nicotine than weed kind of thing.
Yeah. Actually, that's kind of what's loaded up on us straight right now anyway.
That's kind of what I'm saying. I could do that instead of just smoke a whole cigarette.
Sure, yeah.
Because that'll bring the alcohol right back. You know what I'm saying?
Right, yeah. It'll kind of bring it back almost into a little vibe, yeah.
But you get my point why I keep bringing
No, I do. Honestly. My
dad, he's like...
Every little addendum I'm trying to say is honestly kind of addition what you're trying to say, because I ain't disagreeing with what you're saying at all, to be honest.
I think I'm just looking for a little acknowledgement on a small thing. And you're trying to get bigger with it.
Yeah. I mean, for sure.
Move past this. Here's other points here. And I'm like...
That brings into full circle to what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you mean. I get what you're saying.
It's a good tactic to bring up to these people
Because there's a olive branch
They
there.
got some little hate there, and it's like, don't hate them. Hate those people who hate all of us.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, and also when it came to that, my former coworker Armando.
What if you were in the World Trade Center? I'll put it at them.
Or yeah,
And
or like
you-
a firefighter
you
trying
got-
to save people and shit, right?
You died side by side with a black person because somebody hated you equally as that black
Yeah.
person.
Funny enough,
just because you're an American.
Yeah, actually, funny
They
enough,
don't know anything about you, but they want to kill you.
yeah, funny enough,
Yeah.
actually, my dad brought up, whenever 9/11 ever kind of comes up as a topic, sometimes he'll bring up the idea. It's like I've seen pictures on the newspaper of like all these, just Americans who are covered in all that white dust from like the buildings collapsing and shit, and people running away from the
It's
dust.
disgraceful.
Yeah, and all these people,
whoever's
black,
responsible.
white, Asian, Indian, etc., they're all covered in this dust, and shit. And my dad pointed out, it's like, deep down, it's like, there ain't no background at that point. They're all just American kind of thing,
Americans covered in rubble, and that some of them are dying or dead.
Or probably have long-term health ramifications.
In that
Why do you
photo.
think Jon Stewart, called out, to Congress to be like, these fucking victims of 9/11 deserve some basic pensions and some basic rights here and shit? Because our fucking government was failing them, and including the VA too.
Did not
to some extent.
protect them.
Yeah, they're not giving them their basic comfortability of life, despite their fucking grievances and the sacrifices to this country.
We have all this military spending, and you couldn't stop that from happening. You couldn't have shot that plane
Exactly.
down. You couldn't have seen that coming.
And also with
You
Flight
couldn't-
97, that almost happened, but
with the fucking Pentagon.
and honestly, hypothetically, maybe they did shoot that plane down. When it fell in Pennsylvania.
We can't have our government workers dying. They're too important. But we'll sacrifice these other random fucks.
The economists and the economy, because they probably already are a little aware of it, so they can make a lot of money out of it. I mean, that's why I think there are some
Hey
elements
man,
of.
what's up? I'm getting into a major discussion with Andrew right now.
Deep
like
political philosophy and shit.
we're talking about how Americans are just Americans and we all need to unify, and this like polarization is pretty fucked up in this
True.
country. That's pretty much what we're talking about right now.
Hey, who is this? Is it Michael or Marcouche? Who the fuck is
Well,
this?
just no, it's Michael.
Oh.
Just let me have my night with my friend, man.
Oh no.
Don't get offended. I just need to have a talk with my buddy. Yeah. No, that not what it means to be American, but like we need to unify and be.
The olive
on
branch of
same
the
side.
commonality of people, kind of thing.
Well, we could talk about that. Michael thinks we need to talk about what does it mean to be an American. That's a whole another question.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
a whole different topic, honestly. And
Well, you know what? You know what, Michael?
put it on speaker. I kind of want to hear.
You're on speaker, Michael. You're on speaker.
Eddie,
Andrew wants to hear what you have to say.
just out of curiosity.
Yeah. What do you mean? I'm sorry, was this a question?
No, I just want to hear what you were saying. I was kind of like
So-
eavesdropping what Logan was kind of saying to you, but I was like, I kind of want to hear a little bit.
Okay, yeah, no, for me, okay. So what it means to be American as a patriot, whatever that word
Fucking
means, right?
means, yeah.
Yeah,
It's this is the big problem. It's changed, right? What a patriot meant in the 50s is different than what it meant today.
Oh, I
So-
100% agree
Yeah.
with that. Yeah.
Yeah, so and it's hard to when my grandfather was dying, right? He had his ideals, right? He served in World War II. He did 5 campaigns. He didn't want his kids going to war.
Yeah, that's
By the
true.
way,
That's true.
he made sure that Randy,
Grandkids, you don't want
that's
none of us going to war ever
So
again.
he-
I mean, old
he
boy
made
War
sure
II is to be
Randy,
the
for example,
war to end all wars, right?
That was
The first war was especially, but yeah.
the war to end all
let's
wars.
let you guys talk.
No, war to end all wars.
We're just
son.
adding to what you're saying.
He fought the war to end all wars, right? So why do his kids need to fight wars? No, he's right. He's right.
You're throwing words in my mouth. Go ahead.
No,
No, we're just adding to it. That's all.
Alright, anyway. Can I talk?
what?
Yeah.
I was wondering if I could speak.
Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, so he didn't want Randy to go in the Vietnam War. He didn't believe in the war. And not only that, you gotta come from it from his perspective. And I didn't know this until I actually sat down and talked to him, and my mom talked to him, and we really got to understand exactly what the war actually meant back then. Like, it was fucking awful, dude. Right? And he wouldn't talk about it for fucking decades. And I was lucky because when he started talking about it was right when, I was like, 6, 8, so 8-ish is when he started we were filming it and getting all of it, right? And all the cousins, I'm the youngest cousin, and we were filming the shit, and it's totally, it's no joke. So yeah, so he refused Randy, who's the eldest. He's 19 years older than my mom, right?
Okay.
So,
But how does this relate to what you're saying about how patriotism has changed over the years?
oh well, he was a patriot. Grandpa was an actual fucking patriot.
He served in World War II. Sounds right, yeah.
No, but he didn't believe in a war. You see, there's a difference.
Oh, yeah.
You're saying nowadays they do.
No, what I'm saying is
Patriots,
Grandpa,
the people self-proclaimed
Okay, so
patriots are like, we need to go to war
what I'm saying
for
is
America.
okay, can I explain
No,
what I'm trying to
but
say?
I feel like that's what
Please.
you're kind of getting at, right?
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to get to it. Can I say it though?
Okay.
Please?
Yeah.
All right.
Alright. Grandpa believed in the United States. He was not just a patriot.
He was a hard Republican.
Okay. Well, not only that, he believed in the working class of America as well. He believed in the perpetuation of the American dream. He believed
FDR's
in,
idea, kind of.
actually, see, because we're Mormon, that we were purporting the...
Kind of like almost a communism, like we're all in this together. We're all in this together.
No, I wouldn't say that.
That pioneer shit,
Okay,
We come out to this land by ourselves, we got to support each other. Well, that's the Mormon shit. It is. They almost had like small forms of communism. They still to this day. Mormon Church. But they do. They do. I mean, you bring up Mormonism, so that's what I think you're saying. So.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Alright, anyway, so my grandfather, for example, he did not believe in the Vietnam War. He did not believe in the Korean War.
Yeah.
And so he didn't want any of his kids, and he didn't want any of his posterity into it. Right?
Yep.
In fact, when we invaded Iraq, right? He was pissed. He was absolutely livid. Not only was he livid, no, you should have saw him. He was livid how we did it. He's like, what the fuck are they doing? They're just bombing. We go street to street. We take it down. Dude.
And this is a man who walks Fox News.
Yeah.
There's a man who walks
And
Fox
we
News.
did that with
Like,
Fallujah and
holy
shit, too.
Shit, you guys are not doing this well. And he's like, we go street to street. We fucking battle one street at a street. Just like we did in fucking World War II.
You don't bomb people.
And we in Iraq, we did that shit.
Pissed. He
Bombed
was
him.
watching the entire thing, and he was that pissed off, dude.
It's not a fair fight.
Yeah.
Not a fair fight.
Yeah, he was not happy. Let's just say that. So, anyway.
Well, are you at Wichita now, or what are you doing?
I'm just at home. You want me to go to Wichita? What time is it?
No,
Yeah.
you can't go.
Wichita's closed.
No.
What are you fucking talking about?
I thought you already biked down there and said you were.
No. I'm home.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying, though, is just like, okay, Grandpa does not believe in these wars, all right? So, World War II, 5 campaigns, right? It was going to be the end of all ends, all right? You gotta understand that.
I mean, Andrew said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not fighting for, it gets to the point when you're so far into the war, it gets to the point you're not fighting for the cause. You're fighting for the brother next next to you.
And it didn't matter if they were gay or black or
No. You're fighting for the person that's got your
the
head.
American.
That's fucking,
The American you've done the boot camp with. You've gone through the
okay.
same trials. You've gone through the same terrible experience in war.
You know what I'm trying to say.
You see what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think it's talking about like, you know,
I'm trying to tie in what you're saying into what I've been saying, which is it don't matter if you have a different background. You have a commonality background of you've been going through this shit as a soldier in the same company.
Well, I
trying
think
to survive together.
Well, I think it's talking about like
you would sacrifice yourself for that guy different than you, because that's your brother, right?
Okay, so
and it don't matter if you're gay or black. Like,
can you shut down real quick? Can you shut down real quick?
I mean, but the thing is, that was but that's what we were talking about before you came into the conversation. We were talking about that. So.
Oh my god! All right, shut down real quick, okay? All right. All right. So a lot, especially on the Eastern Front, there was a lot of Germans that were like, "This is bullshit," and they saved a ton of Jews.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
They saved the Jews. They saved the Jews.
No, they were like, "This is bull fucking shit."
A lot of those soldiers weren't even Germans. They were taken from other countries.
They were taken from other countries
and enlisted into the German army. They weren't even Germans. They were like Danish.
A lot of the Norman like, you know,
French,
German defenders are actually Czech and shit too.
There were people jumping off ships so they didn't have to fight in the war.
For the Germans.
You gotta understand.
Yeah. They want to fight for the Germans.
No, you gotta understand. We had the First World War, right? It was awful, right? And it was like 20, 30 years.
So Michael, what are you trying to get at with this like war and grandpa and like patriotism? What is the point here?
People are people. You don't want them to die, dude.
That's my fucking point.
Well, yeah.
That's what I've been trying to tell Andrew.
Also,
we shouldn't hate each other. We shouldn't be polarized. We're all just people that are Americans on the same side. We should fighting for each other. Fighting for.
You just said American. So
well, also just humanity too, just the human people. You know, globally.
Yeah, but you're taking it to a different place. The original topic is about how America is polarized and how we need to unite as Americans.
Well, I'd say just humanity is kind of polarized in a lot of ways.
That's a little bit too far. One step at a time, man.
Sure, but I mean, it all kind of connects together in a lot of ways.
Peace on earth is like, that won't happen until we have like this globalized communism or some shit. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't disagree, I guess, but yeah.
Stop, please.
Skibbity.
Can I ask you a question? Both of you.
Yeah.
Skibbity toilet.
Go ahead.
All right.
I'm off in my asshole.
One simple question. Did you guys open a door for somebody today?
We were at the river all day, so no.
Yeah, we're rafted.
I don't think I opened the door for any
maybe like Marcush or one of you for like to get some.
No, because the Winco has the door opens itself.
So then the next question is, did you use something nice for somebody else today?
Well, I can tell you who did.
Who did?
Stephon did for me and you with that car. He did not have to come out tonight.
I didn't realize that you guys were doing that.
I told you that days ago.
Yeah,
every day I was telling you that. I kept telling you every day.
So, all right. Let's
So my point, Marcus. Actually, Michael, you need to leave them alone. Marcus is bringing a girl back home, so just leave them alone.
Oh yeah, I'm outside.
Okay, let him be. Let him be. Hey man, I'm gonna get off the phone. I'm gonna kind of close up shop here, and lots of love. And I agree 100% with you. All right, lots of love. Bye.
Love you.
Andrew says lots of love.
Bop, bop, and love.
He said skibbity bop bop.
At least he got
we gave him his time. That was enough fucking time.
That was enough time. Oh my god.
He reviewed the same, cycled through the same shit over and over again without a point.
Dude,
the only point
he just kind of wanted to start. He just kind of wanted to talk about like grandpa.
The only points he had were when we're like, so what's the point here? And he's like, well, blah blah blah. That's the point. And then let me keep talking.
Just let me go into deep story stuff about like history, but like anecdotal family history. It's like, bro, look,
I would tell you about my grandpa, but I would make it more in relation to what we're talking about here. He was just kind of like grandpa. I'd seen him.
Boom. Yeah. So let me just interject this immediately.
I don't appreciate it. How does this apply to what all of us are talking about?
I know.
I had to like bring that in. Like,
I
was nice enough to say, okay, even though I'm trying to have a one-on-one with my friend, I'll let you talk for 12 minutes. That's enough.
Yeah.
So, and then when Marcus came on, I was like, "Yep, we're done."
Yeah.
Don't fuck with Marcus. You're done fucking with us.
Yeah, just watch a video or something. I don't know. Do your thing.
Didn't go to Wichita. That was good, actually.
Yeah.
Fucking broken ribs. Shouldn't be biking 2:30 in the morning, get pulled over by cops, and get brutalized.
If he has broken ribs, I guess. Yeah, supposedly.
Huh?
If he has broken ribs, supposedly.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
I'm sure he's got a little bruise or something, but yeah, for sure he does.
The laboring.
Yeah, he definitely is, but if he had a broken or cracked rib, I mean, he would legit be in hospital for a while
right now. I'll be back 1 second. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay?
Cool. Actually, yeah, all in all, probably a good time for me to wrap it up and do a little skibbity bop bop. You know, dip, and skibbity bop bop, yes, on that shit. We'll just kind of hang out and listen to music and chat for however long we're going to do and all that. Really? Yeah, probably. Nice. Anyway, I'll just call it good for night. So, peace out and toodaloo.
Peace out, toodaloo.
Toodaloo.